Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/RotakuSmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube, you like what you see, maybe leave a like, a comment. If you don't like what you see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day. And we're gonna get into this in just a second. I just gotta get this all loaded up. Alrighty. Yep. Alright. Alrighty. And then we'll do that. Yep. We're ready to get into this, I think. Oh, yeah. Let me quickly also do that. Make sure everything's running smooth. Yeah. Okie dokie. Sorry, I'm focusing on everything I gotta get done. Me doing what I'm doing. Alright. Now, time to get back to what I was doing, which is this. I mean, it's hilarious because it looks like from this position here, because I've got all the trees here, like I've done nothing, practically. And then it's like, boom. There's this huge hole. I gotta love it. Let's get ahead and start destroying. As always, if sound or anything needs adjustment, just tell me. Feel free. Alright, but until that moment is necessary, we'll just go into this. Also, soon I'll be able to get some copper, I think. Which I'm smelting up, and I'll bring this up. Green, I guess. There we go. I mean, you can see how much work I've gotten done. It's quite a bit. It feels like it's not, honestly. But in comparison to up there, what I've done, I mean, this is a lot more work. It just doesn't look like I've done this much work, which is a little, I mean, it's fine, but it is a little just disconcerting to realize, oh wait, no, I've done a lot. It just doesn't look like it. Also, those caves were already there. So, I mean, it did help to have the caves. Or it will help to have the caves. But for now, yeah. Because you can see I could just kind of get rid of all of this and then have the location just fine. And obviously what we're going to do there is we're going to just, how do I put it? We're just going to fill in the parts that need filling in. You know? Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great. Yeah. From here. Yeah, because then we can get this. I think this is still a little high. A little high just because, well, I mean, I need to get down to like, this level here? Actually, it might be just fine. But we still get rid of it anyway, just in case. Especially since I can just add it back in, and it'll just be fine, and then it'll be fine. So much work. So little appearance. It hurts a little. So no. Yeah. Because this obviously gets out. I need to go down to go get the stuff. Oh dear. Well, I mean, because I don't like leaving blocks. Not obviously. I need to stop assuming people will just know. I know they won't, but at the same time, I semi-assume too. I feel like I do feel like I am assuming it sometimes. Alright, we'll get rid of that one. And that one. Just because this is easier to get around. On this level. I know it probably isn't exactly right. But it's fine. There we go. And we get rid of those. There we go. Yes. And it also makes it easier to get in here. Not that I necessarily want to at this point, but, you know, I mean, it works out for the best. Especially since, I mean, I do still have several layers to go. Hello, regular. Yeah, it's fine. So far, I'm just kind of working on getting a little bit of, more. I mean, you saw the last time I played, I have a lot to do, but most of it is just this grindy work, which is fine. It's fun. But it is, I mean, and I know I could have just probably done it on my own, but this seems a little ingenuine, even though, oh, my weekend was pretty good. I slept. That was decent. Got some sleep in, well, not really. I kind of got some sleep in. Eat tasty things. Yeah, I mean, we had hot dogs today. That was nice. Because we don't do that too often. And I like hot dogs. I feel like I need to specify that. Other than that, I mean, it was a pretty typical weekend. Not like I didn't really go anywhere. I mean, I drew something. But that's about it. Yeah, it was a pretty good time. Just some art. I mean, not too specific. I mean, honestly, I don't know. It's something that out of context, it's like, why'd you draw that? But, it kind of, I don't know. I've gotten inspired by something I've been working on for the channel, which is the technical difficulty screen, because, yeah, that's true. What I meant is, okay, let me be more specific. It's something that basically, because I've been working on my technical difficulty screen, and part of it is like having me playing a game until basically it crashes. But basically I kind of got inspired to draw a final CG kind of screen for that. But without the context of the other and seeing it, doesn't make sense. I guess you could say. But I'm working on it. It just takes time. Alright, let's get this in here. Oh, yeah, I have that too. Alrighty. Basically, I distracted myself from the technical difficulty screen just because it's so much work. I mean, I'm in the final stretch of it, but so much. Like any chickens? No. Because basically I'm at the part where I'm trying to draw in my cat pushing a button and breaking the stream. But that's a lot of work to figure out and set up and all that, so yeah, basically I just distracted myself from the work section of the art by doing some fun, dark, but fun art. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that I do want to get this city here, done, I'd be working on my villagers right now because I'm super worried about the new update that's coming, potentially, to them. But I want to get this done, and that's, yeah. Oh, they're changing villager trading. So, for example, if you want a mending book, you need to go to a swamp. As we've seen, I have no swamps. Oh. Basically, it was in the most recent experimental snapshot, if you will. Well, say experimental. They've got it on both a snapshot and a beta, which means they are definitively planning on bringing it to the game. But basically, for example, you can't, unless you have like specific villages in specific places, you won't be able to get certain books from librarians, and beyond that, you won't be able to get the top level enchant. I'm more worried about the max level enchant than the locations, although I don't have any of the other locations anywhere near me at all. And it's kind of annoying because I'm like, I don't want to like have my world be so big, because every time they add new things, if I want to go find it, it's like, I don't want the world to get even bigger, you know? But basically, it would make it much harder to be able to be sure you have certain books. And considering I don't think I have a jungle... Actually, no, I do have a jungle. The jungle's not as bad. Well, actually, no, it's pretty bad, actually. Because there's no villagers near the jungle, but, Well, here's the thing. The problem with it is that well, villagers are not great. They're actually pretty annoying to set up, which is why I haven't done it, even though I do plan to kind of do that because of, you know, villages. The enchantment table's way worse, so yeah. Plus, you can't get certain enchantments on there, which includes, I believe, several enchants that you will no longer be able to get from villagers, especially on Bedrock. So that's great. But, Oh, no. I mean, I'm already 2,000 blocks out, and I haven't found a swamp anywhere, or neither have I found a savanna, I don't think. This isn't a day. This is already, like, 2 days from my base. Okay, it's a day from my base. But that's because I'm 1,000 blocks out. This is about 2 days outside of the nether from my spawn. Which is where the jungle is. This isn't like, and that's my point. I don't know if I even have some of these villages anywhere within certain, like, I haven't found a desert. And I don't want to cheat and use the chunk base. So it's kind of annoying, and I'm like, I'll just get unbreaking and stuff in advance. Because it doesn't really do much other than keep your tools in good shape. Just having durability, after all. Like I said, I don't mind necessarily, other than the fact that it just... I don't know where I'm going to find them. Well, I do mind, because I don't really want to have also... Oh, thank you for the raid. Clickbaits. Hello. Yeah. No. Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you guys? I hope you're having a good day. I hope your stream went well. I'm gonna say clickbaits. I guess clickbaits just works well. But yes, hello, TNT as well. How are you guys this morning or evening, or I'm not sure, this day? I'm good. I'm glad to hear that you guys are doing good. As you can see, I'm flattening a huge chunk of area here. I've gotten quite a bit of it done. What? Oh yeah, no, I don't have shout-out. I have to figure out how to do that kind of thing, because that requires a third-party thing. The raid stuff is just straight through Twitch. Hello, Haya! How are you? Yeah, I would do the shout-out. I'm sorry, but, like, I can't... That barely works on my computer. Yeah. Yeah, hello. How I hope you're doing well as well. Oh, now that I think about it, crap. I need more. I need another thing of coal. So I need to. Yeah. My biggest issue is the, yeah, there we go. You do it, Haya. Thank you. Because I don't. As I've said, my biggest issue is I finally got Twitch to do. Because they do they do the little announcement things through Twitch now if you want them to. I'm good, not a tax evader, but I am good. As I was saying, if I wasn't so busy trying to get all this done, I would be working on villagers, but what's it said? Fair enough. There we go. Heal that up. Get that in there. Oh, wait, that was... Is that... Oh, do I have more copper? No, I have more copper. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. I was worried a second. I was like, wait, do I not have more copper? No, I totally do. Just healing up my pickaxe. Anyway, because as I was saying, I'm a little worried about the end. Because I don't know where I would even find a desert and stuff. So, yeah, I'm going to work on villagers sometime soon, just not today. Oh, thank you for the follow. Pa TNT. Hello, Pa. Alrighty, I'll open my water. My watermelon water. It's good, actually. There we go. Anyway, but yes, it is a pleasure to have you guys. Either way. And you can see just... It feels like I've done nothing. I'm going to be honest. I've spent... Yes, the sound of an open can. It's a sparkling water. I'll specify like that. Which is why I had to open a can. But it's watermelon flavored and it's actually really good. Local grocery store carries it. Probably not yours though. When I think about it. Because it's just a store brand. Pretty crazy. But yeah, like I said, I have been working on my, this for a couple streams, because I want to build my city. I know I've said it many times, but that's what I'm doing here. City building, eventually. Eventually. And I only have, once these rows are done... I don't know about a torture chamber. No. Because the level, I've said this before. The problem is I want it to be all at this level. For the sake of, even when you build up the building super tall, and honestly I would go lower if it wasn't so much work. So that even if the buildings are like super tall, I want them to not be able to peek out. I mean, just be able to barely peek out over, but not be like too tall to... Because, and I've said before, this is after I've removed a lot of work for myself, by deciding not to, but because, remember, this is all about the duality and the, opposite sides and all that, because I have my, cherry blossom village up here. So the idea is that the post-apocalyptic dystopian style city that I'm going to continue digging out as time goes on. It's just I'm gonna take a break. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still fun. It's just, it is a lot of work. But see, because you got up here with all of these, and I want it to be that even if you see them, you can't get to them, even if you wanted to. That's the idea. And you can't be higher than these either. Too much. So instead I decided I'd go down. And then I realized how much work it was, and then I was like, you know what, I don't care. Well, thank you for the follow, HexVT. I hope you're having a wonderful day. But, yeah, it's, I know, it's a lot of work. But I like doing that kind of thing. Honestly, it's the thing that frustrates me about the snapshot. Is that I'm somebody who likes building villages, but I don't like to, I like to have them be, like, within a certain amount of area. as I said, I still haven't found a desert. It's a little frustrating. But, you know, I still got time, I think. Because it's only in this experimental phase as far as, like, Bedrock's concerned. Which means it's probably not going to come too soon. So, I have time. Mostly because I do wish they would add villagers that were, like, mountain-style villagers. Though, I believe you've mentioned it before, yes. And I have thought about it, as I've said. I am probably going to flip to modded at some point. And do some of those other voxel games, if you will. I just wanted to finish... well, finish isn't the right word, because this is going to be... eternity. Yeah. Eat. But I just kind of wanted to get at least some of the, because I know probably once I go to modded, I won't go back. Because I'll be honest, I like modded Minecraft better than vanilla. And I know it. Just look at my game on my phone. Well, you can't see it, but, yeah. I have one long-term vanilla world, and the rest of them are all, various. That's... well, it's not that it makes it feel dull, it's just... more empty. Like, when you consider how many, like, like, for specifically, like, Minecraft, how many mods will add things. That's really, I think, where it really comes down to. Not exactly. Duller would infer that I find it, well, dull infers that there's more to it, or that it's just that it's not fun. It's beyond that. It's like more restrictive, I'd actually say, than dull. I mean, considering how many, what they add to the game is they're like, you need to travel out 1,000, 10,000 or more blocks, depending, to go find the new thing. And the new thing is a tree. I mean, that's, I think, the problem I have with the game. Kind of thing. It's like, the mod, it's like, yeah, you know you have to travel out that far, yes. But it's from the beginning. It's not like you've been playing the same game and now all of a sudden you have to go find things. No, I don't think so, because the thing is, people don't even... that would basically just be encouraging people to go super far away. And I think the funny thing... I saw somebody point this out, and I thought it was absolutely hilarious. I have to say this about what they were to encourage. So because some of the villages after this update are just going to have absolutely useless mods. Or not mods, enchantments. This is something that I was like, I didn't even think of this. I was just like, are you kidding me? You're right. They're right, though. But basically, they're having you pick one race of villagers over others to prefer and not kill. Versus others that you may just decide to kill their whole village because there's no point in keeping them alive anyway. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, you have a seal. You want to see it up close? Here, give me a second. I'll show it. This. Because I have some, things. Like, I have, scales. Oh, no. Like, just in general. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. But, no, just in general. Basically, sorry, Haya. I did warn you guys I was gonna do it. But, yeah, no, because, like, for certain villages, there's gonna be just trades that nobody really uses or cares about in the same way. I know somebody pointed out specifically the savanna biome seems to have some of the worst traits, which makes it even more ironic that this is what they're thinking of doing. Like, okay. I'm trying to be more... I don't know exactly what they think they're doing, but it's... Yeah. No, I just thought it was absolutely funny that somebody actually pointed that out, because I was like, yeah, it's true. Nobody is going to want those villagers, and they're probably going to be far more likely to be willing to... Also, now it's not just slavery of the villagers, it's international slavery as well. That was another one I saw that was, I was like, yep, that's hilarious. And you're far more likely to effectively have to do it that way, because on Bedrock specifically, because I'm gonna be honest, villager AI, I met in Minecraft, and this is exactly I'm not. You've seen my villagers. They have a beautiful, wonderful village, and I barely use them other than the stick who I've had a lock in because of the nature of it. Oh no. See, this is what I specified in Minecraft. Now, this is whether it's like... And like I said, it encourages you to not be as nice to your villagers on Bedrock, especially, is what I was saying, is because as I've played a lot of Bedrock, villager AI is crazy. They can find their way home from, like, ridiculously far away. I'll have moved a villager, like, 200 blocks or so away from the village. I won't even be, like, to the next village that I'm bringing them all to. If I mess up and I don't boat them before, and I don't normally do that kind of thing. I'm just saying. When I decide I want to move villagers that I like look that I, because I mean I do occasionally move around villagers, you know, but they'll just go straight back to their village on Bedrock, even if you're ridiculously far away. And I mean, there's no other way to put it other than ridiculously far away. So it does require more locking up and stuff of the Minecraft villagers. It's kind of ironic. It's like, this isn't going to fix your problem, it's just going to make it so that... I mean, to be honest, I've started wondering if they're just trying to encourage people to going to modded only kind of thing. And it's just like, you should be trying to encourage people to play the vanilla game. Especially since that, unless you know where to look, is far, far easier than to do modded, like on Bedrock kind of thing. But nah, I'm starting to think that they're just like, I think, because it says like, otherwise it's like, well, why would you add such items that don't remove OP-ness? It's not that they were even really all that OP. Like, I'm gonna be honest, unless I decided to spend several hours at it, I'm happy with having just one randomly gotten mending villager. A few others that, honestly, overall, they're not, like, crazy. Heck, I mean, my pickaxe I just enchanted on the enchanting table, because I don't... Yeah, no, I know, they say that but my point is it doesn't make much sense to remove a feature, if you will. And considering they've adjusted and changed it right after the updates of how they said they wanted it, it's been 6 years now. I mean, it feels like it's not been that long. But it's been like 5-6 years. It's not a new feature that they're removing. And they say, no, it's to make the game more interesting, but as I've said, there's so many worlds where you can't get certain biomes because of how big the biomes and stuff are. So what it really is it's just discouraging the casual player, and whether that's their intentions, encouraging people to flip more over to something modded because they're not going to be as comfortable with the new changes. I'm not saying it's a good or bad. The way they're implementing is a bad thing. I would say that. It's especially for people who don't necessarily have all those biomes. Not really, no. Because the thing is, no, not on Bedrock actually. They have one size fits all. There. You have the biomes as you have them, and there's no really any other choices, especially on the phone, which is where this is going to really start to well, not really the phone, but like also that Xbox and the PlayStation and stuff that they're trying to encourage people to play on. World sizes are not able to be as big, if you will, and biome sizes, they haven't been adjustable on anything other than... I'm not even sure they're still adjustable in Java. I think they might be. And I know I'm playing Java, but I'm not looking at it. That's the thing that's crazy. Again, like I said, I'll just get my villagers done before I update, and so it won't affect me on my vanilla world here, but it's just like, when you look at, as an overall, and where it really will end up going, it's just discouraging the casual player from playing Minecraft, which is their base customer. Because to get these enchants through the enchanting table, you need to go up to like level 30 and maybe get lucky to get your enchants, and then you won't even necessarily be able to put all of your enchantment or your enchants on a single weapon either, by the way. You do not have a there's a level cap. Except the thing is, there won't be much point in getting the villagers anyway, ironically, because they won't have max level enchants, and so therefore you won't be able to get good tools. That's the irony with their idea. They haven't fixed anvils yet, so therefore, basically, you'll have a lot of people find out, oh, even though I went through all this work and effort to get all this done, I can't actually put all of my enchantments on my stuff. Never said you did. I never said you did. It just makes things more efficient so that when you go into the lava, because you're no longer willing to get netherite, because that's even more pain in the butt now, especially, again, going here on Bedrock. Then you have to go and do the whole get lucky with your enchantments, maybe if you have an XP farm, but you gotta remember, you gotta get lucky enough to find, and again, this is the thing, where they're making most of their money is Bedrock, right? If you look at the number of things sold and everything, this is why I think this is important, that they really don't consider this. The thing is, and here's where most of the casual players do end up playing on Bedrock as well, just because then you can play on your phone or on your console or whatever, right? And you can transfer worlds if you need to. But the thing is, and this is something I have found and I've been so frustrated with, if you don't use chunk base, you're never going to find a dungeon. This here is so much more rare, as far as I can find. I'm sure people swear, no, it's not. It really is. And considering they're already having to go back on having, like, and add more diamonds because now that people are trying to upgrade things and stuff, they don't have enough diamonds anymore. It just shows they need to think more about what they're doing. Because again, the casual player, and here, I mean, obviously here I'm not being a casual player, but this is where I look at it. And like I said, grinding the books and stuff using the sticks, it's fine, but at the same time, you're not going to be able to get everything. Even if you get everything. And then there's going to be whole villages you're just going to skip out on that you might have normally stopped and, like, changed up and everything. Because there's no real point. Except the thing is, it's not going to necessarily encourage anyone because most of the things that they've added that they act like they're, again, going back to the casual slash, just somebody who plays in single player, and I can say this because I've done a lot of that, it doesn't make it worth it. It just, think of it as, it's like, yeah, I can go down there. If I dislike fighting monsters, though, that's where, like, someone like me comes in. I don't particularly like fighting monsters. I do enjoy building, but I don't want to have to go re-up my tools every single time. No, I do agree, and that's the thing. They're not only are they, the thing is they're trying to encourage people to go into caves, which isn't going to change. Basically, they're having to make the change because all the professional, when you look into like the YouTubers and stuff, they went in and they're like, the heck, because they were waiting for the update. It's very interesting to watch some of these people go in and be like, wait, what? No, I do agree. People go to Deep Slate. As I said, it's not a problem. It's more along the lines of the fact that they already had to adjust Diamond, and instead of, you know, lowering the cost of like some of these, like the armor trims and stuff, which is where people are like, I don't have enough diamonds for that. They're instead just trying to encourage people to go get more diamonds and grind. It's not exactly do fun things. Oh, fight a monster. You're not supposed to fight the monsters anymore. This is the irony. You're supposed to sneak past them and not hurt them. That's where I go to, like, that's where I would prefer modded. It's not even about being dull. It's like being discouraged to do, like, for example, I mean, there's no reason to go up against a warden now, is there? Because the reward is kind of low. Yeah, they encourage pacifism, and yet at the same time they want you to go... I know. And this is where I go to the whole... But they still want you to go down there to loot, to steal. Their pacifism isn't really being encouraged. It's more like... It's like an afterthought. Like, oh yeah. So this monster can completely two-shot you no matter what. But fighting the monster is not supposed to happen. I don't know. Like I said, it's not that it's... I don't know how to put it. Yeah, they encourage the redistribution of goods, as you stated. And they also, I mean, it's not like... Oh, it's fine. I think that those jokes would be well within, like, reality. I mean, when you consider, they don't want you killing things, but here's the thing. Best food typically to eat in the game is meat. They haven't adjusted that or done a farming update, even though, I mean, in reality it is true. You're more likely to get the protein and stuff you need for the things you're doing around here from meat. But the point is, more along the lines of, they don't have anything that you could argue is a more filling meal than meat. So therefore, you're encouraged to have tiny cow farms that really would be horrible for cows in real life. Yet at the same time, they don't want you to feed a frog a firefly, because what if you do that in real life? It's like, you know, I think it's because it's just not real. It's like, I guess ESG score style, if you will. Not actually, legit or anything like that. And, I mean, it's like, the irony is, yeah. That's true, it is. Yet at the same time, they don't want you to do things like, Boopum, have you seen what they're thinking of doing with villagers? No. I'm gonna keep my villagers as they are, and as I said, I don't wanna, I don't wanna hurt them. I actually am gonna have to start working on getting those books, because I don't want to have to deal with finding villagers just to get lower level enchants. Because it's such a pain to get 30 levels to use the enchanting table. No. Although it'll be more tempting after the update, if they ever do it. I'll be honest. Because they won't be worth it. I might as well do other things. Like fish. I mean, fish is boring. But you can get tons of books. Including some of the ones that you won't be able to get from villagers anymore. Fish does taste good, I do agree. I'm just saying, after the update, I mean, they're removing ridiculous... Okay, I guess it's not yet time. It just feels like it's time. We're just discussing it. Because it's like, it's... I like shellfish. I like shrimp. I like, I mean, lobster's okay. But I am more of a shrimp person. Although, to be fair, that's because, like, once a year we get these really tasty red shrimp in Florida. Yeah, I love sushi, actually. Quite a bit. Again, there's a pretty reasonable chance I'm gonna like them. Well, no, but that's like the one use you have for villagers after this update. That's the thing. Unless you're using them for other things other than books. But the irony is most people don't. It's the thing I find crazy. What? Oh, because I like sushi? To be fair, it's yeah, I'm a sea elf. But beyond that, living in Florida, you're gonna find a lot of fish places. I feel like I need to point this out. I mean, you visited once, Mr. Failure. Didn't you notice the large number of fish-related restaurants that aren't like a chain? Yeah, basically well, the kind of you can do one, but you're not going to be able to get top level enchants anymore. The highest you can get efficiency, I believe, is 3. And that'll be from a desert villager, I think. It's either desert or jungle. I'm getting desert and jungle mixed up, but one of them has efficiency and the other has unbreaking. Unbreaking 2 and efficiency 3, basically. That's the highest you can get. No. And then Savannah, they have, like, knockback. And I think they might have sweeping edge, and they have one other that's not really useful. Yeah, and as I said, I don't think that's very smart as a game design. I mean, there's a difference between... Again, like I said, it's fine if they were going to lock them behind the top. Here's what I'm going to say. Here's how I would look at it. Instead of, and I've seen a lot of people point out, why don't they just set it up that you're far less likely to get the enchants unless you're in these other biomes? It would make a little bit more sense. Because the fact that you don't even get swamp villages. That's the thing. And then they're going to be the ones with the mending book. It's like, where's your storytelling reason for that one? Considering the only thing that lives in the swamp is witches. And even if they didn't, there's no, like... yeah, it won't be sharpness 4. I believe it's sharpness 3. That's the thing. But the thing is, mending only goes on things that break things to make it easier, or rather, only is used to put XP back. It doesn't really... Yeah, but not in Minecraft. So, no, you can't even go that Shrek lives there. It's very strange that that's their choices, kind of thing. Like, I've been to the swamps in this game. And I've been to swamps in real life. I mean... considering where I live. And that's where I go, I just do. Nah, I probably won't add Shrek. Seems silly. uh, but no, I just find it crazy that they think that this is a logical solution. But at the same time, yes, at least it's not California. That's true. And honestly, swamps aren't bad. Swamps are actually quite enjoyable, as long as you don't mind skeeters. But the game's gonna become California if you look at it. I hate to say it. Especially considering they have gone after people for putting guns in the modded versions of the game. If they're on public servers, it's like, are you serious? I wouldn't be shocked at some point. I mean, actually no, they won't make, because they want you to think it's I don't know, honestly, especially considering also, I just remember seeing that, and then there was also things that were reporting that it was, a lot. And to be honest, hey, Yodwagon! I don't know about that, but hello, how are you? Anyway, as I was saying, I just left what they're really doing is they're just clearly trying to get rid of their casual player that doesn't play modded, while claiming it's to make the game more interesting and storytelling. Because, I mean, when you look at some of the things they're adding, it's like, oh, Netherite was obviously, yeah. That is, yeah, that's true. Yeah, but, anyway, it's like, Netherite is already a pain to get. I know people say, oh, it's not on Java, but it's like, it is on Bedrock. It really is. Yeah, oh yeah. Can't forget that. That's true. But, yeah, like I said, it's as it's been pointed out by other. I would think it's kind of bad. Those things. If you want to have a little normal life. But yeah, no. I honestly. I cannot deny that one. It's true. But yeah, no, honestly, like I said, I just feel like, yeah, going back to the thing about some of the updates, I feel like it just, I don't know how else to put it other than it's just like, it really discourages the casual player from playing. Or attempting to really do anything outside of creative. Which they count as cheating. But yeah, no, it's just bizarre. Honestly, that's really I feel like it's more... I was annoyed at first. I was just... But at this point, I'm just left with, like... Who's their advisor that's telling them this are good ideas? Yes, I know what time it is. Give me a second. I'm ready. At any time. But yeah. I just... Yeah. I might not look like it, but I am. Yeah, it's spinning time. Yep, there it is. Alrighty. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 3 spins. Oof. Alrighty. Anyway, how are you, Boot Bomb, by the way? I hope you're doing well or Boot. How are you doing, Boot? How are you doing? I don't think I asked. No. Alright, we got it, Mr. Fillier. It is, yeah, we know it's boop bad there. It's not desirable. But yeah, no, no, you can't, because I've got it set that there's a cooldown on the, spinning. Right. Yep. I think I had to set a restriction to it because of, anyway. Sorry to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you got a new job. That's good. Anyway. Honestly, yeah, going back to the update, because I think this is just a little bit more on theme to be discussing. But, that's good. That is very good, actually. I'm very glad to hear that. You're a librarian. I get paid more now. Hey. That's probably means it was for the best. Anyway, it's more along the lines of most of the distributors are in California, Mr. Failure. That's the real issue with getting, although, we also have distributors now spreading out more than they used to be. So, you know, I mean, give it another 2 or 3 years and that's when I'm really gonna... It'll be more of a question. For now, we leave it as is. Unfortunately. But, yeah, no, like I said, I do question. The whole update. Because I honestly think the thing that is craziest about it is just... It honestly doesn't make the game harder. That's the thing. It just makes it less content. It just makes it less, and I know we're having 2 different conversations here, but I gotta get my point out. But what I was gonna say is, I think the thing that bothers me most about these updates, that is definitely good. No walls can fall on you, Mr. Boot. That is true. And books are nice. Honestly, I remember years ago, I tried to get a job as a librarian. But because I could not work on Sundays, they would not hire me. Plus, there's a potential that someone else may have sabotaged me, but we don't talk about that part. We just talk about, yeah, it's because I couldn't work on Sundays. And I was like, are you serious? I happen to know for a fact I got the highest grade on your stupid test. I had hundreds of hours of volunteer work within that specific library, and I was just like, yep, you know what, whatever. Yeah. We do. Not here where I currently live, where I was living before I moved here. That was several years ago. So, but yeah, no. Up here where I live now, no. Libraries are not typically open on Sunday. But no, where I was living, the library was open for like 5 hours on Sunday. And I had another commitment. And that was like literally the only day I couldn't work. Yeah, no, I liked. But basically the thing was there with the it was like, and here's the thing, I know who got hired and they never had to work on Sundays. So I was just like, are you kidding me? So you wouldn't hire me because I wouldn't work on Sundays. But that wasn't the day you needed them to work, so I was pretty mad. At that point, I was just like, well, I mean, to be fair, it's considered a rest day for most of the world is Sunday. I would argue. You just don't get that as much here in America. I mean, that's the thing, and yeah. But no, it was one of those days. I was just like, and the thing is, it was just, yeah, no. I mean, the whole thing, it annoyed me half to death. Because I was just like, okay, I know for a fact that, yeah. See, that's not really socialism, Mr. Failure. Though, technically, because think about it, if you work for Chick-fil-A, you don't work on Sundays. And that's pretty capitalist. There. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what it would be in reality. I see. Anyway, point being that, no. Like I said, it was just, it was an annoying situation because I knew for a fact that I matched all the qualifications, and then when I found out that the person who did get hired didn't even work on Sundays, I was like, I was so mad. Also knowing that I had gotten better grades on the tests and stuff, believe me, I know my systems and stuff, and that I had finished way before then. Point being, it doesn't really matter. It was just one of those things where I was like, that's why I ended up not working for a library. No, this person wasn't even, and it possibly was favoritism, but the point is, I was just like, are you kidding me? Although it's also potentially possible they just wanted me to continue volunteering and not have to pay me for doing all the work I had been doing. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot of work in volunteering. Because this isn't recent. It was going to start as a part-time job because it was presented as a part-time job, and I was like, yeah, I could do that. Yeah. Does certainly feel that way sometimes, but it was just like, I see. But no, as I said, I really think they just thought they could continue. But the irony is that then I stopped doing volunteer work because I was just so. What? I mean, no, not in that way. Actually, here in America, they do sell books oftentimes. Because if you don't have room in the library catalog, sometimes they'll sell the extra books instead of just throwing them in the trash. I mean, they might have had some spicy adult books just because they would be. Because people will donate the books, and then it's like if they don't have room for the books, sometimes they'll sell them instead. And then the funds can go to getting newer books that especially like if the book they already had a copy kind of thing. But yeah, no. There's a certain level of just. Yeah. Basically, from what I know, And they had that too. I mean, it wasn't just that they only had books for sale. There would be whole things about trying to get people into reading and stuff as well. And if it was a kid's book, it was more likely to go into the summer reading programs, gift fund, or their gift thing, because they give kids books. But basically, most adult books, if you will, they just ended up selling. Fair enough. Well, no, like I said, it's a fair thing. It basically just ensured the library got extra money to do things like buy other books, if occasionally. But no, it became more and more. And your library in question became more and more. I don't really know how to explain it without Oh, let me a second. 1, 2, 3. Kind of revealing what library it was. I mean, like I said, I don't. Huh? Oh no. Well, the sour too, yeah, but. Anyway, the irony was that because they didn't hire me, I ended up stopping doing any of the volunteer work at all, because I just was like... at that point, I was just doing it because I was loyal to the library. Because at that point, I had, like... I think I might have had over 1,000 hours into that volunteer. I also removed my volunteer sheet from there as well, because I was just, like, so done with them. When I found out that they, because I needed it anyway, but I was just like, nope. Nope. But I know I had hundreds of hours. Well, several things. One, it's good for, just being on your... Well, because I was at the time, I was in, again, I can't really say exactly, but the more advanced classes, if you will, for my, well, I already started before that point, but basically when I started really getting more into the volunteering, if you will, and they required a certain number of volunteer hours a month kind of thing to be done. And so I had to get it somewhere, and so where I got it was the library, because I liked working at the library anyway, and I had just done volunteering because I wanted to help out the library. I liked going to the library. Honestly, we were still required to have a certain number of volunteer hours anyway. But basically, yeah, I would go to several different types of volunteer things, not only volunteering, but they also had certain meetings and stuff. But overall, I was just required to have some volunteer hours, and instead of doing other things that were... yeah, fair enough. It wasn't even for college, it was just like I said, it was for the program I was in. But then I continued volunteering afterward as well, into high school and beyond. I was going to go just like... that's part of why I figured, you know, I have a pretty good reputation there. I'd even been allowed to take over, like, the desk in the, like, one of the areas. I'm not going to say which one. Again, I don't want to get the library necessarily in trouble. But basically, I had ended up... even, like, afterward, I have... yeah, oh no, I started back in elementary school. I feel like I need to make this clear. I started doing volunteer work for the library in elementary school. Because it was encouraged. Cause yeah, I was on what was it? I basically I was on certain in certain clubs in elementary school, if you will, that were like the I don't know how to explain it because I don't even know if it's still a thing. But point being, it was. I mean, it was volunteer. You don't get paid, so therefore it's technically not. It ironically is fine when it comes to that. It's just you can't pay them, people or kids. Sure. Anyway, point being, it wasn't that kind of thing. It's just that there was also encouragement to do stuff like that. So I started then. And to be fair, I say elementary school, I think it was 5th grade. I'm pretty sure I started. I'm not going to go back and look. I don't even know if I still have the papers anymore. Like I said, I just removed them from their book and said, yeah, that's that. You're not getting to keep that anymore because I need it. But, yeah, and then basically I ended up... I know. Yeah, exactly. Things like that, yeah. Point being, so that was when I started doing it, and honestly, I just kind of, I like I like reading. And I really did want to help the library, kind of thing. Plus, I mean, like I said, when you started being required to have volunteer hours and stuff, it was pretty convenient to have all those hours, and, basically I was doing, I think, volunteer work, somewhere between 6 to 10 hours a week. I mean, so it wasn't a lot. I do not care for book learning, I will be honest. I feel like the ability to read is important. Even if the book is a horrible book like Twilight. Because it's a book. Books are good. Some of my favorite memories are reading books. I mean, like I said, that's part of where I really got into the whole... I was up for doing that kind of thing. But yeah, no, I mean... Because... and by high school, I was, like, full on into the whole helping run the summer program and stuff as well. Oh, wait a second. Ah! 1, 2, 3. Alrighty. Anyway, but I like by middle school and then even all the way back to yeah, let me spin, and then I'll hydrate. But yeah, no, but high school, I've been doing it long enough that they just kind of trusted me with helping out with setting up certain things as well for the summer programs and stuff. Yes, cake. Hello. You've got the cakes. Oh, it's for my birthday. I don't have very many emotes, so yeah, that's a... Yeah, cool, you have cake. It's been a while on that. But, yeah, yeah, like I said, I got really into it. I really enjoyed doing and do that. That was part of why I thought, you know, I might actually enjoy, because I already was basically doing the job. I just wasn't hired. I wasn't being paid. Right down to yeah. Just, it's like, I don't even know how to completely explain it, because it was just the kind of thing that was just normal. It's point being, and yeah, exactly. Especially since they would, even when I wasn't volunteering, have me go and put away books and stuff if they saw that I was in the area. Because obviously I can go do that, and I would know where everything goes. And honestly, I would go there, yeah. I was working for free, and the irony is then they basically lost me working for free, because I honestly didn't have time to volunteer, especially since at the time I was trying to find some part-time work. Probably not. I don't think they even remember. I probably didn't even care. Like I said, they didn't even... well, honestly, I honestly doubt they cared all that much. They figured, oh well, get the next sucker. But, yeah, the irony was that most other kids weren't willing to actually, go in and, I'm sure there were those that did care, but overall, like I said, honestly, if I had to really guess, I mean, it's like, they probably figure they can get someone new, or they... And you gotta remember, this isn't the people who I was volunteering for. That was the irony. Because the people who are hiring, they're downstairs, and I was working upstairs, mostly. Although, I also would be sent and do things downstairs. Like I said, I'd be expected to... I'd be... Possibly. Although... a lot of the library's funding came from the local government. So let's just not even go there. Point being, the real answer is I wasn't hired, and so I ended up not, because I didn't have time. I really didn't. If I wasn't going to be paid by that point, I just didn't have the time anymore to really be able to do it. After all, I mean, part of why I couldn't do Sundays is I had other things going on, like I said. And I just moved on. And while it's still a sore spot, I don't regret it. I'm kind of okay with having not. Because, ironically, after that, many of the people who had been wonderful, some of the most wonderful people there, had left. So, you know, I mean... they might have missed them. They might not have known to miss me, if they really even cared. Like I said, they probably considered me as some rando kid. Teenager. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I did. Like I said, I left and I took my volunteer sheet with me because I had... 1 second. 1, 2, 3. I had no reason to leave it there, and plus I had already been warned if I wasn't volunteering and I didn't take the page, it would be thrown out. So, you know, I just couldn't risk it. And so it's sitting somewhere. I think it's sitting in my, like a bunch of music. Because part of what I did instead is I did orchestra. But, yeah, and I would have been willing to work around the Sundays, ironically, if I really... They never asked that question. They just asked if I was able to work on Sundays, and I stated no, because I didn't. I couldn't at that point in time. But, yeah, no. I don't regret it. It was like I said, the people I would have rather... Most of the good people left after that. And then all that was left were the people who had no problem throwing away books instead of putting them into the or putting, like, even considering. So, you know what? I was okay. I was fine. And then we moved up here and it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but, you know, at the time it would have. Although, I mean, it would have been many years later. It was many years later. It just... Yeah. 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 I definitely felt insulted. To be like, yeah, okay, great. Yeah. I mean, considering they were getting rid of books to put in more, like, DVDs. Alrighty, I hope you have a good day, Mr. Philia. It's been a pleasure having you here for a little while. But, yeah, no, and stuff like that. It's just, yeah. Like I said, I'm satisfied that it didn't end up working out well. I mean, I could feel... Yeah. Oh, I know. The fact is, I will be honest, they didn't have much room, but they had more room that they acknowledged. They just refused to use it more appropriately because they wanted to be allowed to move from that location. And then, like I said, they had to get rid of books. And the thing is, you wouldn't even know where the books went. Like I said, they're actually throwing out the books, I think. Honestly. Well, those were the people left. And honestly, at this point, I'm okay with that. If I was to... Because I'm, like I said, I live up here now. Oh, our libraries don't get as many new things or good things up here. There's many a library, and you can just... Yeah. It does leave a I will acknowledge it does leave a distaste. There were many things that, like, looking back on it now does especially leave that distaste. And like I said, I just... And honestly, I will be really honest. I even stuck around a while longer. Okay, so I did. Because, you know. Until I found out they threw out my resume for the library. They had full on just thrown it out instead of keeping it for 6 months. As they told me they would be. And, yeah. By the way, 6 months later, I could have worked on Sundays. So, yeah. The whole thing really and truly did leave a distaste. And I can honestly say, I just don't know why. Fair. And I mean, obviously it's not all libraries, you know? That's the thing. That's sad about the whole thing. It's like... But it really did leave more of a distaste just in general to be like, yeah, I mean, I could go, but... Yeah, I still went to libraries afterward. I just didn't go to that one after a while. Like I said, finding out that full on threw out my resume. And never telling me why they decided I would never be a good fit for the library. Gotta love it. But no. I mean, at this point, I probably would work at a library or bookstore. I love books. I love to read. I love giving recommendations on books. It is kind of my thing. You know, there's only so much you can do. So much you can complain. I just realized I had some in here. I think I have room for this somewhere else. Hello. Alright, let's see. I think I have room for the gravel here. Actually, I can move this to this one. There we go. No, yeah, no. No, I agree. That's why I'm not complaining anymore. I was just like, like I said, it was a frustrating topic. But you know, anyway, other than that, but hey, I wouldn't have gotten to meet you guys because I've been too busy working at the library. So you know what? Like I said, all's well that ends well. That's really where it goes to. You know? I know. As I've said, I think the thing I'm more likely to complain about now is just like things when you update things in a game. It's just like, but that doesn't make sense to update it 5 years later. But, oh, ow. Ow. Let me get some XP and heal my poor. I don't know about that, but I mean, as I said, I just wouldn't be able to play games. I wouldn't really even be able to play too many games, even though ironically I only started playing games because of the So you know, there's a good thing that came out of the library. I wouldn't have a love of games. That's the real reason. Ironically. And it is actually true. I do. I would not enjoy. I would not be playing games. Many years ago. Okay, not current. So, many years ago, because my mom didn't really want me playing a whole lot of games, right? Which is fine. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be... I don't necessarily disagree. But, basically, I ended up gaining my first, video game, console through a, contest the library was running. I actually, that's where I ended up gaining the ability to play games. And because the library promised that basically, they would attempt to get any games that were, also because my mom didn't want to spend the money on games, because a lot of them were, even then, pretty expensive. But, yeah, no, I ended up, winning a, to be honest, I don't think I would even remember anymore, but basically I won a gaming console, if you will. Completely random. It's pretty cool. But, no, I mean, that was really... Because I never really had an interest, at a friend's house before that point in playing. Mostly we'd end up watching TV. So on and so forth. But, yeah, no. That was my first gaming console. And... yeah. Like I said, I probably would not be as into gaming if I hadn't randomly snagged, or snag isn't the right word, because it wasn't, it was completely random and lucky. Yeah? Oh yeah, I also have a signed copy of The Lightning Thief somewhere. But yeah. Well, actually, I don't think I have it anymore, but remembering I did game one once, years ago. But, yeah, no, the biggest reason was I just didn't really, like I said, if you don't do, like, for example, if you don't play a game, you're not gonna know that you're gonna like playing games. And considering like I had no reason to even know what any games really were, if you will. Maybe I would have gotten into it as an adult, but like, I do think there's a timing thing somewhat as well to it, kind of thing. And maybe the type of games I would have liked would have been different types of games because I would have gotten into it older. But yeah, no, I yeah. Basically from that point forward, that's when I really started playing games. Was just many years ago because of that. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't even think to go watch playthroughs and stuff because, so I wouldn't even necessarily know because honestly, I tend to stick in my own bubble. So I'd probably just still be reading books and maybe I'd be drawing. Probably be doing math. Or music. No, I don't think, I'm not saying you would. I'm saying more along the lines of... Oh, thank you for the follow, Zimroth. I hope you're having a wonderful day as well. But, well, here's the thing. You gotta remember, I don't tend to buy a lot of games. But beyond that, like, all I'm saying is it's just... I wouldn't think of doing something like this because I wouldn't even necessarily... I mean, for Pete's sake, we only even got Minecraft, I think, because... Again, going back to the Wii. Uh-huh. I'm sure you do. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying. In my case, there's a whole lot of games I probably would never have gotten into, and beyond that, the style of content. Considering I basically... honestly, it hasn't... It's been more in the last couple years than anything. About the last 5 that I would even start thinking about it, and that's only because I started watching playthroughs and I thought that was pretty cool. That's why I was using the playthroughs as an example of things I wouldn't have done. Is because that's where you get to the watching somebody do a stream of it from there, and then from there going, you know, I'd love to try and do that. That seems like that could be fun. So basically, it's just that that's part of the order to it, is all. Fair enough. Anyway, like I said, that's just the overall. It doesn't that it specifically, on its own would have been that way. It's just that with everything in combined. And that beyond that, just playing games, I wouldn't necessarily have gotten into that. Like I said, yeah, so I go, well, if you like books, but as I said, I am very much, and this is where I know you cannot relate because this is just the way I am, typically, is that I tend to stick in a bubble, so I don't really, I'll be honest. I didn't even necessarily know what YouTube was until, like, many years after it existed. Because I just had no reason. Oh, chicken. So, yeah, there's things to it. It's not just that I'm going, fair enough. Yeah, no, I'm that person who, if I don't, like, see it for myself, I'm under a rock. Fair enough. Like I said, it's not like I'm trying to be, I just... or that I'm specifically like self-absorbed or anything like that either. It's more along the lines of, I just, for better or for worse, probably for worse, I'm not always as aware about anything other than maybe like, oh, there's no chicken. That was a 2 chicken. Yes. That's true. That is true. I'm not gonna deny it. Like I said, though, and I've gotten a lot better at it over the years. But again, honestly, I got into the internet because of like gaming and manga. That's true. I am very glad. I won't deny, but like I said, as an overall, I really wouldn't have gotten into the, there's my kitties. Oh. Yeah, no, I know, memes are funny. I'm not gonna deny that. You know what, I'm gonna kill this side and then I'll come back. Yeah, come here. I need to, actually, I need to do this. Like this. Huh? But what? Oh, that I'm not being spammed? I mean, because I don't look. And then I realize, oh crap, I need to go enforce. Sometimes, that's all. It's not that I don't actually... Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. That's more along those lines than anything else. I don't mind getting the stuff. It's just that I have to realize, oh crap, I need to go make a little reminder about how things are supposed to be. Which includes, no hentai. That's more my issues. It's not the memes themselves. That's where it goes on that. I don't have to realize that has happened. Again. That's all. And nothing else. It's just like I don't have to go and double check and be like, again? It's more along those lines. So, yeah. I'm gonna need another shovel, probably. No, I don't assume that. But I didn't assume the same thing from, said other person. Fair enough. Like I said, it's a very specific situation. Why are you coming for this? And all I was saying is that I'm just glad I don't have to check, double check, and then be like, realizing I still messed up. Because I didn't specifically look. Oh, I do need another shovel, though. That's all. And that's fine. Like I said, it's fine. Anyway, but yeah, no, like I said, I know far more about the internet at this point. Maybe more than I'd like, but it's fine. Yeah. Fair enough. Anyway, overall though, like I said, I am far more aware now than I was years ago. I'm not gonna claim that I better for worse. But yeah, no. I think honestly overall it's fine though. When we really get down to it, because it's just like... Yeah. Well, I mean, I think some of the knowledge I gained as I'm gonna go here. I kind of sometimes wish I didn't know. um, Mostly because I can look back on a situation and be like, "Are you kidding me?" About some of the people who were my friends at the time. And yeah. Like I said, it wasn't so much bio. It was more along the lines of, for example, realizing years later that when I had a friend who's like, "Oh, you can't read this book." The reason why was because they're basically reading an adult book, if you will. And I'm more shocked that they got away with it. I think the only answer was because it was manga. And yeah. That's the kind of thing where I go, I kind of wish I didn't know that. That was what a sixth grader was reading. No, I don't even know. I don't think. I haven't communicated with most of them in. Definitely since I've moved, other than my friends that were my friends at the time. No, it's on them, I do agree. I'm just like. I'm more going along the lines of I'm amazed they didn't get in trouble. And beyond that, I question where they got the book. Because it was a physical copy of that book, too. How do I put this? It was yaoi, okay? Very gratuitous, too. I only found out later. Yeah, I'm like, how did you get that into school now? Like, that's the kind of thing I'm like, lovely. I regret having I regret remembering pretty much everything I ever see at moments like that. Because it's just like... No, because this was going... Okay, we had counselor stuff. It was like... I don't know why we had... I don't even remember why we supposedly had group counsel. And that was what they brought in. And I was just like... Like I said, I'm more disturbed... I don't know how to explain it. I was more disturbed by realizing that the reason they're telling me, oh, don't look at it, because they knew I liked reading comics and stuff, was because of what was inside it. It's more along those lines, like... Yeah. It's that kind of thing. It's not that it was... It's more along the realization of how naive they thought I was. Another example is someone was showing me an episode of Soul Eater, and then they're covering the screen like every now and then. Later, I go watch Soul Eater, and I find out that what they're covering is the fact that the cat girl is naked. And in that one, I was in high school. No. Like I said, this was many years later on. More me when I was starting to get into the internet more, rather than just occasionally reading. Like I said, I'm more disturbed at how naive they thought I was, along those lines, if you will, as well as the fact that it's like being so bold and blunt because she knew nobody was going to check for the one. And for the other, it was just like I said, it's just like I said, I'm just kind of left with, okay, good to know I was being treated as a child. kind of thing, if you will. Things like that. It's less disturbed in the way you might think normally, but more along the lines of just, yeah. It's like, good to know that was their opinion of me. The irony. Okay, does that make more sense? Probably not. Yeah. No, I know. I mean, I'm just saying, these were friends my age. And I guess they decided because I didn't go on the internet, I must just be naive. That's... I don't know. I can't really guess any other reason. Like I said, it was just one of those things. And I mean, I don't even know if they'd remember anymore because it's been... Yeah, kind of like that. Except it just was like... As far as me, as especially older and knowing, like, actually going in and watching those series and stuff, this isn't like I got older or whatever. It just... Watching the series itself, it was like... It wasn't bad. And overall, I probably wouldn't have cared. It's more along those lines. I don't know. No. It wasn't like that. It's like... We were watching anime. And it happened to be the Soul Eater anime. She was, the friend was showing me that. The Soul Eater anime in question. Because... And then it's just like, along the lines of, just... And no, the other one, no, like I said, just... It goes into the whole... I was already kind of reading Black Cat at that point. If I'm gonna be honest. Which is where I found myself looking back on it and going, are you kidding me? You probably haven't read Black Cat, actually, now that I think about it. Very good series. But you'd recognize the author by their other works. Point being, and I was also reading Peachy Peachy Pitch, now that I think about it too. That's really more like where I go into it. I'm not saying that, I'm just left with, like I said, I am. Different friends. The Soul Eater is a different person. I feel like I need to specify that. And no, the other one, that was back in middle school. Nah, she totally was a Fujoshi. That's the thing I feel like I need to be more specific, I guess. But no. Different friends. Different friends. And like I said, the Soul Eater one's the one I really go into the whole, yeah. I'm not sure what's worse, though. The fact that apparently decided I was too naive, or the fact that I am. Glad to hear you think that, I guess. But no, it's more along the lines of just, like I said, like, going, I wasn't this kid that just didn't know what the world was, if you will. But no. Oh, by the way, the reason I mentioned Black Cat, author's the same person as Turavu. And has much of the same art choices. Though I will admit, at the time I did not read your review. Mostly because there were volumes of that one. I might have read the other way. But yeah, no. As an overall, like I said, it was less about like the fact that they were watching it, more about how. But I found that they thought of me, if you will, work. Than anything. Like I said, it is more along those kinds of lines where it's like, yeah, especially the high school one. That was the one where it was like, yeah, great to know that's the opinion of me. I won't be able to handle cat booba. I think the reason it does is just like I know it doesn't sound like it makes a lot of sense, and I will be honest, I get that. It's more along the lines of I didn't think I seemed that young necessarily, if you will, or like not knowing of the world, if you will. Only to basically have no. It really wasn't. It was just that was what they had on their and I guess this will probably date me, iPod. It wasn't even an iPhone, it was an iPod. That was the thing. They only had, like, I think... that on there that day. And they were just inviting me to watch because it's like, oh yeah, you're sitting next to me today on the bus. Although, I guess it wouldn't necessarily because... Point being, it was more along the lines of like, yeah... I know, people don't get... As I've said before, I know people don't, but it's just like... I suppose it's because I had thought at the time I was doing a lot better at behaving my age. It wasn't even spicy, it was Soul Eater. I didn't say thinking weirdly, I just said thinking that I was more naive, younger. Treated me like I was younger. Didn't think much of it until many years later. Yes, it's more of a disappointing expectation. It is, to some extent, it is disturbed, but it's more along the lines of being at how badly I miss that was the thing. Okay, I know I'm very bad at explaining these things. Especially, again, I'll go here. Some of the books I was reading definitively were not. But that was how it was coming across more than anything. Yeah. It really comes down to that more to some extent. I need him to go trade, but I know he'll take a minute. See, that's the thing. I don't know how to explain that kind of thing. Yeah. Exactly, because I got the perspective of, oh. Because the thing is, like, to be honest, I mean, I go there many a time, though, or many other things where I'm like, although not being disturbed, but I'm just more like, okay, so this is adult content kind of thing for some things. Like Princess Resurrection. But no, like I said, it was just the opening credits. don't know if you've ever seen Soul Eater. But, I mean, that's where it really goes to. It's like, it was the opening. Yeah. No, like I said, it just made me realize that, criminy. Because and like, I ended up watching Soul Eater like 2 years later. After reading Soul Eater. And being caught up. I mean, that's the thing. But yeah, no, like I said, I'd already been reading things that were... It doesn't really matter. We should move on from this. This is just... Dude, work. Yes, work. Yeah, you heard him, work. Work. That's true. Or more along the lines of just accepting that that was just... Obviously there was something, and it was just like realizing like years later, no. It was just... Not... You can't even really say like, naked cat. That's fine. Either way, it's fine. It's like, it doesn't really tire me out. Like I said, it was just... Not you. You have what I need. No, you don't. Wait, what? Wasn't that you? Oh wait, yeah. Oh yeah, it's this. That's right. Goodbye. 3 of them. There's only 3 to buy. Fancy. Dude. Yeah. There we go. But no, like I said. Oh no, I wasn't. I don't. When I breathe out, I know it sounds like I'm sighing. I'm not. I swear. I promise. It's not like that. Did he just turn around and work more? Yeah, he did. Oh, perfect. I can buy it. When I breathe out, I know I sound like I'm sighing, but I swear I'm not sighing. If I was to get one more, I wonder... I do have the ability to buy some more. Yeah, no, I swear, I'm not just like... Yeah, come here. I know I seem like I am, but I'm not. No, it's more like... If I'm being totally honest, it's... My allergies are kind of bad, so I tend to breathe out more. Alright, like, I could get the last one, and I can see what his expert trait is. I want to know what it is. What you gonna sell me? Yeah. Come on. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, so what's your final trait? Oh, what's it gonna be? Well, it's not great, but it's not bad. You know, that's fine. He sells all the tools. I only need 2 for now. And mostly I was doing that to re-up this guy. But hey, a pickaxe. That's not bad. Although, I definitely want to move my enchanting setup here, I think. Especially, again, going back to the whole... If the update is gonna come. Or there, I want to put one here as well. And that won't be too hard. Yes. Well... I mean, kind of, but not really. I mean, all this really does is make it easier not to lose your tools. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, look, is this making me better at fighting? No. I'll still probably die even if I have sharpness, whatever, on my sword and stuff. If I'm not careful. I mean, all it really does is, like, remove some grinding. That's not really difficulty. That's the irony. I know there's people who say, oh, it's OP, and I could see some people feeling that way, but honestly, it really isn't. Yeah, but I would just then fix my tools up in advance. I don't... No, I know. I know you're talking in general, and I kind of am too. I'm just saying... The only reason that my pickup is because, like I said, I got lucky in getting the mending. I wasn't specifically trying to get it. I was just like, yeah, I'll take that. I think of it like this. I'm about to go through my first diamond shovel, and I feel like I should make a point. Statistics, items, broken, yeah. I could continue breaking 85 to... It would be far more, because I started breaking iron ones instead. Yeah. Also, I didn't get my pickaxe at all other than the mending from this. That's more along the lines I mean. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I could totally see the combat enchantments doing more like that. No, I know. That's not a low price. I mean, that guy was, I guess, but here comes my first, actually, I might get lucky with this guy. And he doesn't break, but he probably will. But, it's more along the lines for me, like... I'm just saying, I mean, look at me, I'm a builder, I'm not, a combat. What I was gonna say is, I could totally see doing the combat stuff like that, okay? Where you could say different villagers use combat differently. That would actually make a lot of sense. Or even if you're going to go with like different types of protection, that's fine as well. That makes sense to some extent to be like, well, yeah, Frostwalker's not going to necessarily be here. So I'm not saying that. I mean things more along the lines that like every village would use, like breaking or unbreaking or mending or whatever. It's a little bizarre. And again, these don't... Until you have an elytra, these don't necessarily even do that much. Other than make your tools last longer. So that you don't have to go back down into the mines and spend another 2 hours on bedrock. Yep, I do. Oh, I don't disagree, no. I mean... I'm fine with them not being cheap. Heck, I'd be fine with them putting them behind max level enchant or things. Therefore, you have to keep your villagers alive long enough to find out what their enchants are. It's more along the lines of... Also, now that I think about it, they aren't like, they definitely get super cheap on Bedrock or on Java. It's a little crazy sometimes. Like I see the ones on I've seen on here. I'm like, man, I would not be able to roll that on Bedrock if I was lucky. Without like spending a couple half hours. So I wouldn't disagree adjusting some of the pricing, that's fine. Also, this OP shovel is effectively the price of without like I might as well get, or rather this this rinky-dink thing is actually not, it is actually quite expensive. In comparison to the fact that, like, I believe a diamond, you have to do, like, 1 diamond to 1 emerald, or it's, like, 2 emeralds, or 2 diamonds to 1 emerald. Either way, yeah, no, it's 1 diamond to 1 emerald, so in other words, to buy a shovel, that's 11 times the cost of selling 1 shovel's worth of diamonds for 1 enchantment. So, well, it looks like it's expensive. Technically, in lore, it's actually, or well, it looks cheap. It's actually quite expensive. That's what it is. So, I would actually feel like they should probably adjust other prices as well if they're going to adjust these types of things. After all, a shovel is not exactly, so maybe you say a diamond is worth 2 emeralds. That would actually fall more in line with that shovel. I'm just saying, ironically, yes, it looks like, oh, you're buying it for sticks, but because the prices are set to certain things, I basically just spent the sticks of just making effectively. This is the irony. Like, yes, you're going up, but because I haven't done any of the things, right? I actually still have to do the full 32 to 31 sticks. Technically, I've spent, let me see. We figure that stick-wise, that's about 320 sticks, right? And you figure 2 sticks to each shovel. I spent the sticks worth of, let's see. Oh no, I don't disagree. I'm stating, technically, if you're gonna go by the, it's more, it's cheaper than just doing, it yourself. Technically, it's not actually cheaper. It's actually quite a bit more expensive, is what I meant. And yes, material availability, I don't disagree. That's why I was referring to diamonds specifically. Maybe they should adjust the price of that as well if they're going to do all this. Make it more worth it to sell a diamond to a villager, after all. And like I said, maybe put it up to 2 emeralds. The novel concept. But the thing is, it would still sell for it would still sell for, or you would still be getting less than you would get for just buying it yourself, or just making it yourself. And that's why I was using the comparison of sticks. Because it's like, we're discussing cheapness and... Huh? Oh, no. You can sell them diamonds. Sorry, maybe you misunderstood. You can sell them diamonds. That's why I'm saying you get like 1 emerald for every diamond you sell them. That's what I'm referring to. Not... No. You sell them the diamonds. It's supposed to be the lore reason. And that you get a rinky-dink enchantment that's honestly not really worth that much in the grand scheme of things for effectively the cost of 11 diamonds. Yeah, exactly. But that's my point. That's what I'm saying. Maybe they should adjust. That it's like certain materials can actually be sold for more, for realsies, not just for their. That's what more along the lines of what I meant. I didn't mean like. I just meant if they're gonna do this, okay? It's not like I'm saying that they shouldn't make it more expensive. No, I'm fine with them making it more expensive. That's fine. I'm just saying it's already a very crap deal, according to their in-lore explanation. Reality-wise, if a rinky-dink thing like I said, it should be like probably a diamond would be worth 3 emeralds if they're gonna go there, or 5 emeralds. If you're gonna say that, and this is a pretty cheap price when you consider I haven't done any curing on them. That's what I meant more than anything else. And look, the diamond axe, which takes 3 diamonds, costs 28 emeralds. Oh, I know. Yes. I believe you also didn't have to go all the way up to level... Well, I guess maybe you did have to go up to level 30. And only to get 1 enchantment. I mean, that's the real hogwash to the whole thing. And then you have to go get those levels again. Or get levels again and again and again. The only thing that's good is that you no longer have to... And there are shortcuts, by the way. Ah, yes. And then use the, you don't have to worry about sticks either, because the thing is, you can just... Hello, Yeet, how are ya? I'm discussing this update. Yeah, I don't use farms. I mean, that's the thing. I'm sorry to hear that you're tired. But I'm glad to have you here, even if it's only for a short time. Oh, fair enough, you're having insomnia. Oof, that's even worse. Oof. But no, what I'm saying is it's more along the lines of it's like... It's not really... Oh dear, even worse than insomnia? I hate to hear that. That's not fun. Alrighty, let me see. Let me grab some more. No, I just... saying it's like... I think part of it, I'm just left with is like, to do what they want you to do is where I have issues. It's like, I don't mind exploring. I just don't like being told that if I'm not exploring, I'm not doing the game the right way. Oh, whoops, that was not the right one. Whoops. We're cooking stone in 2 of them. Yeah. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. I need to go get more coal now. No, I know. I meant, like, with the updates that, I see. I'm not, like I said, I don't mind traveling, honestly, like I said. I just dislike that the game expects that that's what you must do to play the game more and more now, that's all. It's got nothing to do with the... Especially considering I like playing with villagers and building them nice towns and castles and things, and then they can reward me by letting me buy things from them. I'm not their, obviously I'm not the demographic that Mojang wants, but that's the kind of player I am. I like giving them fancy... Yeah, but the thing is, I would rather they have it where if you upgrade their village, like I did, look, I gave them more houses, I gave them more things, right? So that being instead, like, part of the determining factor. Oh yeah, I'm definitely more of a builder. I dislike fighting immensely. You would think that... Honestly, I'm not sure anymore. Because the thing is, every single thing they're adding, it's like, oh, you need to go out into the world and explore and do things. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, but like I said, my particular play style specifically is, I like to go find a village eventually, and then start upgrading and building and doing, and honestly, I'd love that to be their mechanic, you know? Give them happiness, give them better buildings, ability to work, maybe more books. I could see doing things like that and having that be requirements to get certain trades. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But the thing is... No, I'm not specifically trying to run for mayor. I'm just saying, I mean, that's just my playstyle, is I like to do those kinds of things. I feel like it's more... I feel it's more fulfilling for me. I like the idea of being able to go, well, let's give them what they want. Or could want. I'd love that to be the way they would update. Like, that would be an awesome way to come up with the idea. I don't know about that. Are you a villager in my little town up there? And again, the only guy who's locked into his house is the guy who refuses to work. who picked his job. I wouldn't have made him stay there. I mean, I need to be very clear on this. I did not make him join that house or pick that job. But I could build houses here for people too. I mean, I'm not against it. But again, that requires the ability to go and gain materials. I mean, that's up to you. Although this isn't a real world. But, I mean, like I said, that's just my style of building. As I like to be a builder. I build. I do. I honestly would love it if there were more things that would encourage that kind of just style of play as well. To be able to be like building up a city. Hey, maybe you could introduce like a museum. Yeah. No, I get it. Point that all I was really saying with it is that to me, I dislike that idea overall. Hey, fair enough. And honestly, it's like, kind of missing the idea that, you know, a village, part of why they live there. Yeah, no, I know. I don't disagree. As I said, my issues are mostly that they aren't actually making the game harder, they're just making a grindy mess. Or rather, what I've been trying to say. I know I'm not very good at saying. That doesn't really... I don't even know how to explain the whole... It's like, but why? It's like, sure, you can go with the whole idea that... I know, that's why I'm living here now. Because there's so much iron and coal in the mountains, and that's like the only place to get iron and coal. At least on Bedrock. Unless you go like way down into Deep Sleep, which they swear is not where you're supposed to find it. Ugh. Fair enough. Now, I only acknowledge those are probably signs of exasperation, because I'm exasperated with being incapable of explaining what I'm... Because I'm not good at explaining. I'm not good at talking! But... Like I said, I just... Because it's more like a thinking noise, like I'm trying to think how I explain. If I haven't explained it right that way, I'll go. But, like, overall... I mean, like I said, I don't mind exploring. I don't mind doing that. That's fine. But well, I mean, the thing is, it's like I said, this is where I don't necessarily want to have to go look for diamonds every time I mess up and I fall into lava, or I don't get back to my tools because, well, the bed I was fully able to sleep in. I mean, I got lucky, but it's like the bed I was fully able to sleep in counts as not being able to respawn to that spot because it's not, I'm not sure what. Oh dear. Now I see why you're going. I wish I was tired. Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear. I hope you're at least able to get at least a little bit of rest. Although I'll acknowledge you probably won't get very much good sleep. Actually, ironically at that point, just stick it out. Because 1 hour of sleep will, or rather 2 to 3 hours of sleep might work out, but like if it gets below 2 hours, fair enough. What I was gonna say is if it gets below like an hour, don't bother, just make you feel more tired. That's all I was gonna say. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm glad to hear that you're feeling rested at least. Although, not glad to hear this because you got 4 hours instead of 3. Yeah, that's not exactly the healthiest. That's good. But, yeah, no, like I said, I like the idea of making more things to explore for, rather than removing things to be like, well, now you have to explore for it. That's more along the lines. That's where I go to. Because, yeah. It sounds like my little bro. That's what happens with him. Takes a nap and then can't sleep. So I do get that. I do get that. But, as many people have suggested, just, yeah, I feel like, yeah. I see. No, I do get it. Like I said, I'm sorry to hear that your game's been dead. Not sure what the game is, but still sorry to hear that it's been dead. Anyway. But yeah, no, I just... Alright. Possibly. But you see, you'll eventually catch up with that, and you'll feel really tired when it does. That'll be your biggest issue, I hate to say it. As far as, Got it. But yeah. Anyway, all I'm saying is, yeah. That's good. 7 hours is closer, especially if you've been getting 3 hours of sleep. That's a lot closer to what you should be getting. I mean, well, for a grown adult, I believe it's 6 hours is the recommended. So, I mean, 7 is not bad at all. Yeah. 8 is for people who are children. 8 and up for people who are younger and developing and growing is 8 is what is recommended. But once you hit a certain age, it actually does recommend that you should probably sleep more around 6 hours. Is that you'll only need really closer to being 6, yeah. Yep. That's exactly it. See, I just... not really. Unless they're teaching that now. I mean, that's not what it has been in the past. It's part of why school systems go with those ridiculous, amounts of time. Or rather, amounts of homework and stuff, because they know, oh, we only need to get a certain number of hours. But, no, it really is... apparently I'm carrying eggs on me. No wonder I don't have room. Hey, I got chicken. Again! This world is going to be full of chickens, because I just continuously dump them. Everywhere. But no. Unless they changed it now, it was 6. For a reasonable night's sleep. And then for teenagers, it was recommended to start at about 8 hours. And I know, it's been years. It's been years. But that's just kind of how it goes. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know if they've changed it or decided, oh, it needs to be something different. People often do. But no, standard was 6. Especially once you hit, basically, you stop developing about 25 to 26 is really about that age. That it's really... Yeah. No, I do agree. I mean, that's just it, because different people are different. That's true. See? And like you said, there's people with 5 hours. It's not common, but it's a thing. And like I said, it's not like... Honestly, you should only be getting more sleep than that if you're I would say probably healing or sick. The 6 to 8 hours. Just due to the nature of it. But that's just kind of how that goes. Blech. Sorry, I'm having to focus breathing. I need a drink. Yeah. There we go. Sorry. But yeah, no, I mean, overall, it's mostly fine, I would say. Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, there is some logic to it. I hate to say. Well, not ever. It's not that it's like once in a while you sleep 12 hours. Especially, again, going back to the whole if your body's healing and stuff. But I do remember there is some stuff to that. Well, yeah, there. I mean, although for someone I've known, that wasn't the like that. The individual, only individual I know with heart issues sleeps less than 8 hours. Maybe up to 8 hours. Yeah. Oh, hello, Chris, by the way, yes. How are you today, Chris? It sounds like you got a pretty, quite a bit of sleep, which, again, as long as you don't sleep 12 hours every day, I think it's fine. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. But, no, like, there's times when you need more sleep as well, because the body needs to heal and rest. You're fine. Think of it like this. Okay, one sec. You need to think of it less along the lines of, oh my goodness, I slept 12 hours, and more along the lines of, do I sleep 12 hours every day? And I'm gonna go here. Even at my worst, I don't typically do that. Alrighty. Oh yes, makeup. Although, I will say, makeup does not really cover up having the really dark eyes, unless you... See? There you go, you're fine. Occasionally getting this... Huh? Oh, because that encourages me to drink. Huh? Oh, 200? I don't know if it's at 200. Is it? Oh, yeah. It's mostly because I drink anyway. I have 3 drinks next to me. So it's like if you want to make me drink at that specific moment, or if you're like Mr. Failure and wants to force me to drink like 6 times in a row. Not. I only occasionally have like alcohol. I'm gonna be frank. Although I think that you're just making a joke here, but I do occasionally have it. But not tonight. I mean, tonight is orange drink. Yeah. I don't have anything like that tonight. I occasionally have a beer. But... Me? No. Although, to be fair, that's kind of because I've said it before. I did orchestra for years. I can go hours. Yeah, no, I don't get tipsy. It's only occasionally. And no, I don't drink that much. Honestly. And I don't have one on me today, because I only have so many. But nah. What I was going to say is, as far as going to the bathroom goes, I mean, part of why I don't do that is, I think, unhealthy habits that come from the many years of orchestra. You have no idea. Yeah, no, I'm not a beer person. I mostly do it because I know you guys will potentially enjoy my face when I'm drinking and going, meh. I much prefer whiskey. I'm going to be honest, I prefer myself a whiskey or some vodka. Definitively whiskey, though. Whiskey's definitely something I do prefer. I don't know. I guess my older avatar used to be more expressive. Although I don't tend to get very different when I do. As you know. In fact, I think I get more chill overall. I see. Yeah, you probably should. At least try. Yeah. I don't tend to have bourbon very often, but that's got more to do with the product it's made out of than, like, yeah. Well, that sounds nice. A whiskey with Coke. That's not bad at all. On occasion. So yeah, fair enough. But yeah, no. Like I said, I I like myself some whiskey, but I don't tend to do a whole lot of else. And I did figure it had to be Coca-Cola, by the way. Because one of them would be questionable to be doing together. The other one is a cocktail. Well known. Cocktail, no less. I see. I don't think I can do that, but I hope you enjoy yourself. But no, like I said, I enjoy drinking on occasion. I just don't do it very often. Because it's expensive, if nothing else. I mean, because I don't just like cheap beer. Either. I mean, I see. Well, hey, a barbecue is actually pretty good. It reminds me, like, it wasn't today, it was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday I made some barbecued steak. That was good. So, I mean, that sounds pretty good. And, yeah, no, I do. So yeah. I mean, but no, it's... Yeah, like I said, I am very... I don't know even how to put it. Like I said, I like it. I don't have it very often because it can be expensive and beyond that. Yeah. No, that's fair. That is fair. I do not disagree. The irony is that whoever the vegan you saw rant is probably not getting enough vitamins and minerals, as there's many that you can only get out of meat. Pretty much. Or that you can digest, specifically. Your body can't absorb a lot of the ones that are the vegetarian/vegan alternative, ironically. Which is why, like in my mom's case, she was not getting something. It turned out it was because, well, yes, technically she was eating because my mom can't eat meat. It's not that she won't, it's that she really, I mean, she pretty literally, it was closer to being along the lines of like a intolerance. Yeah. Oh, I believe it. Like I said, you need things that include things like taurine, actually. Although I'm sure they swear not. Pretty much it seems, especially in hotter climates, though, it turns out you would need it, so don't live in Florida and be a vegan. Don't recommend it. But, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it was rural starvation, considering you basically are starving your body from certain vitamins and minerals. And I'm gonna be honest, I think the thing that, the one time, like, the thing that will forever make me go, yeah, sure, vegan, is when I was looking at something that was claiming it was all full vegan, right? And it turned out the way it was flavoring itself meat flavored was using meat. But because it was a low percentage, they were able to claim they were vegan. I was like, from then on, I'm like, yeah, I don't believe you guys at all anymore. And I wasn't looking at the food, like, because I was going to eat it, because I was just, like, laughing at it. So I was like, And how can they be so sure that it'll be meat flavored? Because it has meat. Wow. That's quite something. So I'm always skeptical. Not really. I mean, the thing is, a vegan lifestyle, actually, you can't absorb many of those supplements unless they come from a meat source. And many of them actually do now. But basically, it's the whole... Exactly. But the point is that I was making more is that it just was like... Many of the things that claim they are vegan, it turns out they really aren't. But they count it because it's small enough, basically, is the idea. That it's just a small amount, or it's been broken apart enough that technically it's not the original product. That is their literal argument for some of these supplements. It's quite something. I mean, not my business. But you'd think that people would know. But, I mean, the thing is, I mean, these are the same people who don't even look at the fact that there's whole studies that say, no, humans are not vegetarians. And instead just go, human beings are meant to be vegetarians. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's just it. I mean, I'm just saying, though, that where they're like, oh, I have never even, it's like, check your supplements again, man. You might want to make sure that you're actually what you say you are. If you're going to be so hoity-toity about it. But like I said, it's fine. I just find it funny. More than anything. That they all, count themselves, if you will, as full on. And it's just like, no. Anyway, point being, like I said, it's just that kind of thing where I look at it, and that's really where I end up going to. And note, many vegans after about 2 to 3 years end up having to go and become pescatarians at the very least. It's not physically possible to truly be, even if you just have to eat fish. Yeah. I don't know. I just said become. I don't know why. That's why I just... Oh. They become pescatarians. They have to eat fish. Within 2 to 3 years, typically. I mean, not all of them do. I'll acknowledge that. There's many who don't. But at the same time, I mean... It's true. You'll see all these, like, apology videos from vegans over the years, and still are. Where they're like, I'm sorry, it's true, I've started eating fish because I can't. I have to eat fish. And it's like, yeah. Okay. I mean, that's all I'm saying. It's less about the whole, and more about the whole, it's just like, yeah. That's where I go to the whole, it's not healthy. Not really. And I'm more along the lines of wish of, that people would know that. And have this actually explained to them rather than just kind of telling them they're right. Oh yes, you're right, of course. People can survive without eating meat, and it's like there's so many things that you need. That's all. It's just one of those things, you know? Because people get their convenient lie. Fair enough. Hey, I had hot dogs tonight. Hot dogs are good. I mean, let's be real. Like I said, to me, overall, I'm just like... And the problem is, because of them, then there's people who will look at, like my mom, who honestly can't have a lot of types of meat because she's basically allergic. I feel like I need to be clear about this. She's not It's not because she would if she could, okay? But she can't, especially like pork. Onion sounds good actually, but because then a lot of places will assume, oh, she's just like that, and just tell they'll straight up lie to her and say, oh, it's vegan or vegetarian, and it's not. No, it doesn't. My mom can eat fish. That's fine, and she eats fish. It's more along the lines of like, cow is a very rare. Lamb is sometimes okay. Pork is a no-no. Just a no-no. Not often. Like I said, it upsets stomach, if you will. Inability to leave the bathroom. But a lamb burger, my mom will enjoy an occasional lamb burger now, but it's taken years to get to that point. And yeah. Nope, can't eat that. It's more like, think of it like this. Chicken and pork actually have a lot more in common than, like, pork and beef. So, if it's a whiter meat, or a meat that tends to be white when it's cooked, assume that's not okay. And a lot of the things that'll be quote-unquote vegetarian/vegan will have chicken stock in it. And then my mom will know very quickly, oh, they were lying about that. Because they knew, oh, person isn't really. That's where I go to the whole, yeah. The whole, it's not a choice. Of lifestyle, exactly. But yeah, that's really more where I like. But my mom can eat eggs just fine. It's just like the meat part that's not okay. Doesn't stop us from getting it and putting it in the house, mind you. Other than the fact that not very many people in our house like chicken specifically to eat. Not as tasty as beef. If you're gonna spend the money, spend it on something that's actually desired in the house, you know? But yeah. Plus, with the amount that's required to actually eat to be feeling anywhere near satiated, and price, it's just not worth. Point being, though, yeah, no. It's the kind of thing where you look at that. I see. Fair enough. I mean, I'll be honest, here in America, the prices aren't as different per pound. As they used to be, especially. At this point. Especially when you get, like, the weekend deal, where the weekend deal says, like, for $3.99 a pound, you can get beef, or for $3.99 a pound, you can get chicken. I see. I can't. Maybe one day. Oh yes, if I ever develop teleportation, of course. But I mean, that's what you really need to go to is the reality of the whole thing. Is it's just like price wise, it is not. It is more if you're going by like but at the same time, if you have someone who is a growing boy in the house. Getting 2 pounds of chicken or 1 pound of beef. Yeah. The choice is a lot easier than it. Yeah. It's that kind of issue. More than anything. It looks cheaper. But it's not always as filling. Here. I'm not saying everywhere. I understand that. In different parts of the world. Beef is far more expensive, rather than only slightly more expensive. And in all honesty, I mean, it's because you can buy cheap cuts of beef, like, super cheap. That's true. I mean, especially when you consider cow-wise, you can pass cows driving down the road. I won't deny that. But, yeah. I won't say that it's not bad. Like I said, fulfillingness is part of the problem too. Yes, you could say it's a lean protein. But at the same time, like I said, again, here in the US, specifically in Florida, the amount of chicken that it takes to fill said growing boy versus the amount of beef is where we end up determining, slash lamb, which lamb was for a while actually super cheap in comparison to beef. It still is, but it's not as good a quality, which is kind of shocking. No, I do get it, and I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying, as far as I've seen, like, price-wise, not even, like, supply-wise. Fair enough. I mean, I'm not saying that... I'm saying more along the lines for our family and my little bro, specifically. Plus... I mean, considering you can buy liver super easy, and it's cheaper than chicken... I mean, that's the thing that really is, like, just go buy some liver. I mean, that's what we really do, honestly. Specifically, just buy liver. Tried to get chicken livers once. See? Livers... And honestly, I'm very good now at preparing liver, so, I mean, the fact is, I mean, it's pretty good to sell. Or, it is just pretty good to just be able to eat that. Honestly, stick it in some Korean barbecue sauce and the liver will taste just fine. Yeah. No, I get it. I don't disagree. All I'm saying is, for actually fairly nutritious food, and liver actually has a lot of vitamins and minerals that the body needs, specifically, and price-wise. Oh, well, that's where you have to, okay, so that's why you have to prepare beef / pork liver. That's the downside, but it's not so bad. If you, yeah, exactly. I actually have gotten pretty good at making it chewable and edible and all that. Like I said, I learned from my grandmother, and then I've learned extra steps as well that help as well, that make it not as tough. One of the ones that is kind of crazy is you can soak it in milk. It does help a little bit with the chewiness, because it helps break down the yeah, you got the soaking and cooking milk, but other thing that's the basics. That's just like the basics. Other things you can do is you can add other things that will also help break down the meat, such as, if you were to be inclined, you can do something with like pineapple, although you have to want pineapple, or honestly a good barbecue sauce. Like I said, that's the basics. That's the basics, is the milk. From there on, to make it even softer, better, easier, chewier. Other things I found are cooking it, or cutting it up in advance and then cooking it helps, because it makes it more bite-sized and the cook is a little bit more even. Onions. Onions are pretty good for that, honestly. But onions are good for softening all types of meat. Exactly. I wasn't saying pineapple specifically. I meant, like, because it has the bromelain. Other things that are useful are onions, but you mentioned having onions in your house right now, even. And the only reason pineapple's not, it's not. No, I get it. That's why I'm saying I'm trying to come up with things that are more typically readily available, like onions are a good option, like I said. Other things as well. Although I'll acknowledge that it can make it taste a little weird, you can always add something along the lines of a vinegar or a yogurt instead of milk, or yogurt instead of milk, because it'll help break it down with the fermentation as well. It could be, but it could be a little, unless you're gonna soak it in something else flavor-wise. Yogurt? You only have to do it for like about an hour, and then you cook it. So, it's honestly, but it's fair. I mean, like I said, the point being, there's several things that do break down liver quite nicely. Honestly, just if you could find, I doubt you would be able to, but if you could just find like a Korean barbecue sauce, that does a crazy amazing job breaking it down. But I don't think you'd be able to do that, or be able to find that as likely, so it's not why I'm recommending that. I'm trying to come up with things that are more available. Oh, I'm not saying it isn't. Like I said, all I was really saying was, it's like, you were really, you don't know how to break it down. And I was just saying those are some of the ways I found work really well. Many of which, well, yeah, curry, it makes sense. Fair enough. Let me see, other things, but yeah, no, I mean, the basics, like I said, or heck, you could put it in just regular barbecue sauce, honestly. That works really well, too. Fair enough. The only thing with it, honestly, that I think is the one real issue with liver, is it can be a little irony, but that's, or it can have an iron flavor to it, but that's because, well, liver is full of iron, which is why we eat a lot of it in this household. Due to anemia. But, like I said, honestly, overall, if there's anything that you would... fair enough. I was just meaning as a marinade. You can even wash off later. And I do get that. Like I said. I mean, there's other things as well. I'm not thinking of them at the moment. Because I'm doing this, but... And I'm finally done here. No, I get it. Sauces with that part. Now I'm going to have to also go out. I'm going to have to figure out what this is going to require so that I can set that up in advance as well. But no, I do get it that you don't use sauce. I'm just saying that is a really quick way if you're not going to stick onions in it. After all, a dish of the South is liver and onions, literally. Yeah. Well, flavor. I mean, although it is acknowledgeably a flavor that can be required to get used to if you don't interested in that kind of flavor, but it actually is very flavorful and good. Overall. To me. Like I say. Yep. And like I said, the basic of basics is just to do liver and onions, honestly. That's... and I understand that. In which you fry up the liver... But again, you probably don't do that kind of thing, and I do get it. The whole, you fry it. You soak it in milk. No. You aren't coming off as confrontational specifically. Honestly. I'm just more along the lines of I feel like I'm just not being able to explain it. It's more than anything else. I mean, that's on me more than you. But, yeah, no. As I was saying... No, I acknowledge I'm more of a southern girl overall, and I think that's part of why Yeah. Anyway, what I was saying is I know I'm more of a southern gal, and so although I'm sure a lot of southerners don't eat liver and onion anymore. The point is, so I do think that that's one of the better ways to have it, more basic, and it is very basic. No sauce, but a little weird the first time having it. Mostly because you have to figure. There you go. But like I was saying, is recipe-wise, it does actually help break everything down, the nature of it anyway, without having to go through the whole adding mayonnaise or whatever. You just, like I said, you do soak it in milk. I get it. I do get it. Heck, chicken livers are also just tend to be very, and I know you're not that either, but I guarantee you've never had collard greens. And if you have, you'd be very not able to understand. But no, like I was saying though, like basically what you do with liver and onions is one, you take the liver and you do soak it in milk. Although there are people who swear, oh, you don't have to do it. I do find it helps. And I'm just telling you the recipe. I'm not like saying you have to do it, okay? I feel like I need to specify this. Then you chop up some onions. Or you buy pre-chopped onions if you're going to do that instead. Nice and simple overall, alright? I get it. Then from there, what you can do is, obviously, you chop the onions up. You will. Well, it's not that it's lazy. It's more along the lines of it's just. It can be cheaper sometimes if you only want one onion's worth. To just buy a chopped up onion. Yeah, we do. Actually, we have potatoes that are even beyond that. Which are dried. Freeze-dried. They're not bad, though. They're just probably weird to people who don't know it. I'm gonna grab some of these. Put these in here. No. It's a... Okay, I'll explain. Freeze-dried potato. It's because they've been around since like how do I put it? WW2, if you will. They just have existed since then, pretty much. And there's no reason to necessarily get rid of them. It's just, and not everybody uses them. It's just more convenient when you. Yeah, I get it. Anyway, but yeah, no. Also, yeah, mashing up some potatoes can be good on the side for liver and onions as well. So that does remind me of that as well. But let me see. I have to think. It has been a little while since I've made it. But you also should set up a flour, and you would then set up also a flour and breadcrumb with salt and pepper and potentially any other spice you want to add as well to, well, put your liver in. You cook up the onions, remove the onions from the pan, and then you can take the liver, and you can either just bread it or you can put it in egg and then bread it, and then you can fry it in the same pan you had the onions in. You do that, then you add the onions back in afterward. Not exactly, no. They really are just mashed potatoes. But they can be used as potato starch, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I guess it would work, probably. It's just easy. It is slightly different, though. It is good to use in potato bread, though. So there's that. If you're gonna use the dried mashed potatoes and cook in that, so that's where it's good. If you're gonna make potato bread. But beyond that, as I was saying, you fry up the liver, you fry up the onions, you put the onions on top of the liver that you're serving. Voila, liver and onions. But basically, the goodies that are still in the pan from the onions help break out the rest of the way. And frying, because frying's always going to make something taste better. Let me look at. I have on here somewhere my because I looked up how to do a spawner farm. Alright, there we go. I understand. Got it. Okay. You have checked. Fair enough. Alright, I need to go out to... That is fair, I think. Probably. Yeah. There you go. As I said, it's not exactly potato starch. You can use it a little bit, but it really is more just reconstituted potatoes. Or it's just freeze-dried potatoes, literally. Which is why you can use it in potato bread. Specifically. But yeah, no, I'm, doop-a-doop. As I've said before, I need this now. Probably soon. But yeah. Like I said, then you can, as sides, you can do something like mashed potatoes or, you could also do mac and cheese on the side. Another good one would be the collard greens, as mentioned. Although, I know a lot of people don't like it. I'm not gonna say they have to have it. Let me see. What else is there that you could do as a side? And of course, always do something along the lines of a cobbler or a, oh, he has a friend. Or a pie, potentially. Especially if you're gonna have, like, company over for a full meal. With the liver and onions. Because, well, that's good. Typically, if it's gonna be pie, it's probably gonna be something along the lines of sweet potato, you could do sweet potato, you could do pecan. If they're in season, probably not otherwise, though. Other things you could do is a meringue. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked, but all I'm saying is, it's not just the starch. That's why I was saying, yeah. It's slightly different. It's like flakes. It's very weird when it's not reconstituted, honestly. And having some potato starch, it's not quite the same thing. Is what I had been trying to say. I'm gonna take some of this. But yeah, no. Like I said, liver and onions on their own, they can have a decently, Alright. So what's the size you think I need for this, or I should do for this? I'm thinking... Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I wasn't saying it's not. Like I said, it's good for potato bread. Let me see. If I was to go all the way out here... I mean, obviously the wall would go here, and then you could have this out here. You could have a whole building. Fair enough. Although, I'll be honest. Huh? What? Oh no, I wasn't judging the potato skin. Potato skins are only good if you're gonna do like twice fried potatoes. Or french fries. They aren't like sweet potato skins. Because they kind of are a little flavorless. Sweet potato skins, on the other hand, those can be pretty good. Although, again, I doubt you would have any desire for those either. I can almost guarantee. Anyway, I was saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potentially. I'd do that. And then I'd do 5 on this side as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, I have to have it at 4 anyway. Yep, that'll be fine. Oh, wait, no, it is 4. sweet potato, you have to have it specific ways. That's the problem. You're never gonna find good sweet potato otherwise. This is one. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you go by 8, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, you can't just do that. Sweet potatoes are, I mean, they can be good that way, I won't deny. But if you're gonna go for like the full experience, you gotta go for like the butter. At the very least. If not going for the full on, like adding, specifically with like orange sweet potatoes, you gotta like, the best way to have them is to add a little bit of brown sugar and cinnamon. Not a lot. Or, as I've learned I learned more recently via our sushi restaurant, or not our sushi restaurant. You could also just do other things as well that are more savory, but you do have to add something to them. Is the real answer. Overall, they can't just be plain, unless you have like specific kinds. That's the sad thing. They're good. They just do tend to need something to them. That's why if you hear about sweet potato casserole, people tend to add marshmallows. Yeah, but you can't eat the skins as easily of a potato, as you've acknowledged. Whereas the sweet potato, actually, I would say is actually not bad. Shocker. But no, oh, that's old. That's old. Oh. Now that goes back to Southern Heart there, right there. If you will. Or candied yams. Candied yams are good too. As are candied carrots, but candied yams are definitively, for once a year, especially, like not necessarily all the year. Fine. I mean, I'm pretty sure other people around the world eat it, or not around, but around the U.S. Let's go with the U.S. Eat it too. But mostly at like just Thanksgiving, whereas you can tend to find something along those lines more often around the year. Although typically sweet potato would be made into pie as well. Sweet potato pie is one of the best things ever. It blows pumpkin pie out of the water. And you can typically buy that more often around the year, if you know where to look. Like, that's fair. Pumpkin pie is definitively more centered to the U.S. and a lot of people just associate it with Thanksgiving. Like I said, it goes more to the whole. You get. That's fair. Like I said, it is a world. It is a part of the world thing. Like I said, I am more into the whole. You can get a decent banana pudding too, but you're not likely to. To be fair, gotta be specific. Banana pudding wise, because it's slightly different depending on where you are in the old US of A. Yeah, I mean, pear and apple pie can be good. I'm not gonna say they can't be. I'm just saying. And that's fine. Honestly, they're not exactly like that at all. the thing is, like, pumpkin pie and sweet potato pie and other pies of that nature aren't sweetened fruit. They aren't like they don't have a top crust for one. You don't do that. That's only with fruit pies. And I don't know why I'm explaining this. I don't think you really care all that much, but actually wait, I did that wrong. But it's fine. How do I put this? So what it is it's more of a custard than a like a pie. So you basically make up more of a custard style dish, more akin to a quiche than a fruit pie. But instead it's obviously it's sweet. Think of the joke from Undertale. Maybe you don't know it, but it's a quiche but sweet. That's fine. Fair enough. All I'm saying though is it's more like it's more like that's where that joke kind of thing comes from. The butterscotch cinnamon pie was a custard based pie, more like along the lines of a pumpkin or a sweet potato pie tends to be more akin to, rather than yeah. But that is kind of all I'm saying is that's kind of why you would have that like little thing or explanation. If you will. Actually, we're going to do this here. Yeah. And then this will be the wall. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's going to be the wall, but it's like it gives a little area in front of the... Anyway. But yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I think that's something to think about differently. Oh, no, that takes a lot of work to make. Whew. Gotta separate the eggs. You gotta basically, it'd be faster to cook, like, 4 simple desserts. It basically takes, like, for a butterscotch cinnamon pie, it kind of takes, like, 3 more simple desserts and mix them into one. Because you have to make the butterscotch from scratch. Or, well, for my case, I mean, you could technically do it for yourself without doing this, I guess, but, butterscotch has to be made from scratch using, in my case, using just butter and stuff and all that. Then you have a custard. Again, that's why I'm going into the whole, there's a custard element to such pies. Hello, chicken. You have to, well, again, in my case, I I mean, that's fine. You don't have to be, like I said, it's a very... I don't know how else to put it other than that it is a very, specific style to really kind of get into the whole, it's like, that's why I'm not even, like, trying to make there be a debate or anything. I'm just saying, it's good. But it's also understandable that a lot of people wouldn't be interested. That's all I really got to say about the matter, honestly. And I do get that. It's just an unfortunate little factoid of life. Alright. Wait, am I missing one? Well, I could grab another one. Bizarre. I could have sworn that each one would be 4. I guess there we go. Oh, I must have had one that wasn't a full stack. That's what it is. Anyway, like I said, it's totally fine to not be into it. All I was doing was explaining the whole process for how it works. I think if we're gonna do this like this, we gotta do this as well. Yeah. Anyway, I do get not being as into that kind of thing. It's fine. That's totally fair. But nah. No, I was just trying to think of how to put it. Because like I said, I'm not as good with words. That's all. No other reason. And as I'm focusing on just figuring out, do I have this correct? And I do. Yes. There we go. Anyway, but overall, like I said, nah, it's fine. It's fair. It's, not knowing that is fair enough. I'm just not always my best. That's it. Anyway, overall, especially since I have allergy issues right now, that's more my issue though. But nah, like I said, it's just one of those things where, in my case, it's a lot of work to actually get to do everything, and I know that not everybody wants to do all that work either. Anyway, that's why I don't judge. Well, you don't have to bake the yeah, that's true. That's very manual. But, yeah, no, it's more along the lines of, sorry, and thirsty. I never know how to explain those kinds of things because I'm not, and I know that not a lot of people are into, those kinds of things. Like, I love baking, honestly. I could talk for ages about baking, honestly. And it wouldn't even be hard. Because I like bacon. But I know that not everybody else likes baking. So that's where it becomes, it's like, how do I explain? Without coming off as just like... Anyway, it doesn't really matter overall, I guess. I realized I did that wrong. I've got to do this side here. Fair enough. But, yeah, I personally am someone who does, as I said, enjoy the baking experience, even though I'm also aware of... Fair enough. I guess that's fair, but yeah. As I've said, the experience with baking is a little bit different. In that, yeah, it's multiple steps. That really is where it comes down to. Especially if you have a household that has to have it gluten-free. I had to learn how to make everything gluten-free, corn-free, and that is not easy. That is where I'm really useful, is I know how to do all the baking knickknacks things to get into the whole... It's decent, but it's not, got gluten. Or corn. I don't know, I know part of it is just go, yep, to things like arrowroot. And you probably don't know anything about that, but not just because it's one of those things where unless you're cooking the whole. Oh yeah. Okay. I like doing that, honestly. Like I said, I'm a builder. I think I mentioned it before. I might not be a very good builder, but that's my playstyle. Honestly. Thus, it does require the whole... Actually, do I want this here or do I want it here? Maybe here. Maybe here? Or here. Because this seems like it'd be a little bit better, yeah. Do it there. There. So you come out and then you go up the stairs. That will be here. That aren't here. I mean, haven't you noticed that's my problem? I like to... I do the whole 9 yards in the building. Including every little... Like, even though the... yeah. I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to do that with this just because it is a zombie farm, but... Yeah. I don't like not having things that look... I should go up and get some... mossy cobble. But I think that this will be fine. Or mossy. I can make mossy. Yeah. I know. I get it. I do get it. I just don't... The only thing I don't focus on is foundation, because otherwise I know that I'd never end. Plus being able to get that in, alright. A little bit of just this kind of thing, just a little bit of pizzazz. It's not really pizzazz, I know it, but it still feels pizzazzy. To me. There we go. There. Yeah, I like that. Just a little. Because it's older. It's supposed to be an older, more decrepit style building with the whole... What? Honestly, if I was doing a more rundown house, what I would do is I'd have a little bit of grout. Which I kind of do have on some of my builds. I just don't have it here. As I mentioned before, one time, I'll acknowledge I was using Creative to do it, but I was trying to build like a full-on, like a map with a storyline and everything. I lost that world, but that's how I do things. I liked the whole crumbliness. But because this is closer to the edge of the city, it'll be fine. It'll have just a few dents and cracks and things that need to be smoothed over the years. As often will be the case in older buildings. And let's add a bit of this. And here. And here. And here. And here. And like that. And... yeah, there. Just a little. And then I gotta do that side as well, but I'm running a little low on these, so I just gotta... It also helps to make these all go a little bit further. I mean, that should remain like that, though, just because doorway feels a little bit like it needs to be full on. Down here. Do that. And actually I'll have to, I guess, maybe go down and lower by 1, but it's fine. Technically, I need to be a little bit higher, but... Alright, I'll do this. That. I'll do that. It actually looks pretty good. This one. And then this one, and then this one. Yeah. This. that like that. There. That'll be the last one. There. Actually, no, this one needs to be this. There we go. And then we can put these other than this one. Here. There. It just gives a little bit of voidness to it. And honestly, I don't think I'm gonna go... Huh? Oh yeah. No. It'll be... See... The zombie farm and all that's what's gonna be down here overall. I'm probably gonna be up on this floor up here. So yeah, it'll feel good. It just... I'll also be able to come down here and look at these zombies a little bit. I just need to eventually get some, oh, what's it called? I need tinted glass, which means I need to find quartz, or not quartz, of amethyst geode, which I haven't done yet, but I will. I will find that. That's what I need to do next. Which means I might go wandering around in the oceans just a wee bit. And see. Probably won't, though. But yeah, no. I mean, see, this will be actually a little bit shorter than that, probably. It could feel a little low, but... Alright, let's do this. So... Actually... No, I'm gonna build a full-on proper one. It's gonna take a little bit extra effort is all. So this is gonna go up to about here. And then... From there, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably try to find more andesite. Like so. To go up the sides. Kind of show it off a little bit. Actually, for yeah, here this is all gonna be site. To hold a little bit of shape here, and then I'll go in one because I mean the whole building doesn't have to just be these, obviously. And then I'll probably go grab some bricks too because I want to do but I want to have the one-hit style thing. And I will be able to come down here, even though there's going to probably be, like, no reason to come down here. Yeah. Actually. I'll need more bricks, but, yeah. And it'll just be like that on all the sides as well. This is... Just so you can kind of get the vibe. Then, I mean, this will be like this, to just fill this in, because I don't have to do too much else with it, like that. And then from there, I need to go up top and get some bricks. I should probably sleep first as well, but just to kind of give the vibe of how this specific one is going to look, I guess. Should do more. I do wish I could do like a more weathered brick, but this will be fine for what I want. And I can use granite, I guess. So we'll bring that up to there, so you don't see it, obviously, but yeah. Well, this is a city. It's kind of like planning. And, I mean, there will be things that'll go down, like, to the harbor. I'm gonna have to build down a road, down this way. Like I said, this isn't, I know you could have it, but this is meant to be a more dystopian style city that's more, but see, since this is gonna be more of a harbor down here, this will be, made into more of a road down to the harbor. If you will. I don't think I could do that, other than I have so many caves already. It's a little... Maybe at some point. But, like I said, this is just to start with just the old... building of the base. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. There we go. see, so I just want to start with actually getting up to the whole, seeing how far I want to build up a building. Like I said, I want it to be, just to show a little bit of what I'm thinking. Just a little bit of what I'm thinking. And also the foundation on the outside, obviously, is that, or it's not really foundation as much as it's like, actually, you know, I don't even have to do this. I just do this because I just don't want to go the actual way I've made up. And I will have ways and tunnels around, by the way. It's not, it's just gonna be, like I said, I actually have a way up. I'm not using it. Because this is gonna be gone too. A little bit. Like I said, this is just me getting to the starting point of being able to do anything with my buildings. Let me see. Huh? I'll show you in a second. I have the starting makings of one. I'm not doing it. I'm not using it. I know I could clear it out and everything. And I know I haven't used it once today, but yeah. I can. Let me see. I need bricks, and I have bricks up here. Yes. These all go into the whole. Here, I'll show you what I have. Actually, no, first I need to... I need to feed cows. Probably. Also... let's just put this in here for now. Stop that a second. So I can make more hay into wheat. Let me go feed my cows so that I can separate some babies. I don't know that happened. Oh, I must not have fixed the fences yet. Or no, I did. Bizarre. Yeah, yeah. Doing this. Hello. Hello. Anyway, I'm gonna go do the actual way down. That's it'll need more work, but it's basically there for a secret way up. All right, I think that's all of them. Oh, wait, there was one more that wanted the love, but you know what? It's fine. All right, so we go. Guys, move. I'll come back for these. Come on, baby cows. Yes. Yep. There we go. There we go. Alright, so put that away. And, I mean, I'll need to come back for more, bricks, but basically, if I go down this way, like I said, I can make it cleaner and neater, and I'm planning to eventually, I just haven't. And I go down this way. Huh? Oh. No. They'll grow up to be the next, meat givers, if you will. I've just got a whole bunch already set up. And you can see here, I've got this already here. I can fix up, again, like I said, I haven't done it, but I have it. And if I go down here, and I can honestly go a little bit, here's where I come out. Again, I could adjust, I could clean up, I could do more. And, yeah. Hello. That's true, but I'm mostly just trying to keep the... yeah. Anyway, see, I do have a way up. I just don't use it. Alright, let me do this. Wait, I did that wrong. Did that wrong. Also, I should have... They'll grow up pretty quickly. I'm not far enough away. Alright. But let's fix this. This goes in here. Yeah. And then... Also, I have accidentally hit them because I'm not very good at... let's see. Do some of this. Alright. And then like that. Just to kind of give the vibe of what I'm kind of going for. Like that. Building wise, and then I could even do a little bit of a down here. If I do this here and here, and do this here and here instead. Here. Like so. And then behind it you can have more of this, just to, like that. Yeah. I see. Alrighty. Just to kind of, also potentially a little, I do. That's fair. I mean, like I said, I probably should finish up, honestly, but I haven't done that yet. I'm focusing on doing some building stuff that I haven't done yet. Honestly, I don't care that much, actually, about this. It's not too precious. So I'll add a little bit of this just to kind of show off a little that you can... really, yeah. There you go. Do kind of like that. Yeah. They kind of make it look like there's just a little bit of a wash. And do that a little bit around the areas and just kind of... yeah. Honestly, I think it looks nice-ish. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's what is going to be behind. A little. It does create a, just a nice texture. And like I said, I just do that there, and you do more of these. I am going to need more, and I know it. I know I'm going to need a lot more. Whoops. But I do think I want to start setting up the buildings a little bit. Which means I'm going to have to actually clear out more. 1, 2, 3. I do want to have that like that, although I don't necessarily want that one like that. I actually think for that one, although I should probably dump this because, well, yeah. I'll just go up a little bit more. Here, we can add a little bit more here. Because obviously this building is just, it's in a nicer part of the town, but it's going to be more, yeah, in general. Alright, so I'm thinking for the next one over, if you go 1, 2, 3, a little back alley here, or alley, 1, 2, 3. And then I could figure out a similar size house. Let's see, how many is it? 1, 2, 3. Whoops, I did that wrong. I did that one so wrong. Let's fix that. Just to kind of get the idea. And because I did it wrong, I'll have to adjust that one. Great. So painful. So painful. But it'll be fine. It'll look good. I swear it'll look good. I think. I hope. I want the size of the buildings to be similar. Although this one might be a little bit bigger. Like this is the tallest one on the block. I don't think so though. Forward and over. There. Like so. And then I will probably... what am I going to do with this building? To make it look a little bit more unique. This one I'll probably use... it'll be the cobble on the outside. Potentially a little bit of the other. Because it just looks nice with the diorite. I know a lot of people don't like diorite, but I actually think it can look nice. Alright. Also, I'll have to add more things in the front. Just to give a little bit more generalness. But it'll be fine. It'll look good, I hope. I really do. Alright, and then this can just kind of... yeah, like so. Or it could be even like this, and then you can have the other. And then... yeah. I probably want to make them into stairs, actually, but ideally I would like it to be the kind of like, and then you have like a little space over top as well, just to kind of do that. Like I said, I do want a little bit of like here for this one. Let me see, how big is this one? From the outside edges, because this is huge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This one might be a little bit smaller. So I want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you got the 6 there, but 7. And I want to make this one a little bit smaller. Not a lot smaller, but a little. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that should be that, right? Where's that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay, I need to adjust that. Yeah. Yeah, kind of like that. I like that as a base building here. And again, we'll go up about the same amount. But, and also since I have some moss, I can make some of my cobbled stone into that. And that'll look decent, at least I think. I hope. Ooh, who knows? Do I have room in here? Yeah, I have room in here. I'm gonna dump these for now. I'm gonna grab one of those. Do I have anything else I can drop? I can dump that. And over here, I've got a little bit of moss. Just a little. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do it like that. And like that. Like that. Just to kind of show a little... oh. I don't know. There we go. And then I can also make them also into the like that, but I don't think I need to for this one. Go like this. Like that. And then like that. And I can obviously make more. It's not hard. But just to kind of give the idea, there's a little bit here. And I think it's only going to go up about 2, possibly. And I know this could look a little... I like the idea, just kind of be more like... And then you could have stairs up it. But what I want to do for the inside of this one... Oh, I have more cobble here. The inside of this one, like I said, I just want to go up 2, I think. Nothing too major. It gives it a little bit more, I'll add another mousy one there in a minute, but just to kind of give it a little bit less, oomph in the same way. Just go up to there. And then what I want to do here, I think, is... Do I have any? I don't think I do. Rather, I don't have any that... Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't know. But I'm not using, I mean. But I think I kind of want to try and do a little bit of this, maybe. Also for this as well, probably, but... I haven't decided. I do want to use a little bit of that at some point, but not yet. Oh, I also have more of this. Woot. Let's see, what have I got that I could just use easily? Wait, that's right. I want to, and I know I could age the copper, but let's be real here. Am I gonna? No. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. And that is the answer I come with for myself. I should, and I know I should. I honestly know I should. But I don't feel like it. Let's go upstairs. Let's make this into, no wait, that's just the regular. This is what I need. Then we could grab another stack. Fish. We can grab that much. We can go here. Like so. And just keep doing that until we have a couple. And I know there's not a lot, but we'll quadruple this. That's what we're gonna do. Honestly. That's what we're gonna do. And again. Because I actually want that to be quadrupled. There. We'll leave that at that. I can get more, and I know I can get more, but because I gotta go quadruple this now. And I need room for that. But like I said, I know I could potentially just age it out as I let it sit out and then go do it, but it's, I mean, I'm not gonna care as much. I have to, I see, actually now that I think about it, I think I have some iron down here. I might use that to just make one down here so I don't have to go up again. Oh, no. I see. I'm sorry to hear that it's gonna rain. Do I have any iron? Do I, is the question. The answer looks like it's no. Which means I'll have to go up anyway. Woo. I'm not carrying any on me, right? Yeah. I should go up against some iron. But I think I'll just come back down and then make a thing down here. It'll be easier. It'll make my life 1,000 times easier. Because like I said, I'm going to have to quadruple. Just to kind of just see. It's more like an empathy sorry. Like, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I think it's my fault. Just to explain, I guess, but yeah, still, either way though, I am sorry to hear that it's a unfortunate matter. I know. Well, I figure in that case it is one of those things to explain. Just in case, because even my own mom doesn't get it sometimes. So, and she's been my mom my whole life. So, yeah. That's why I go to the whole, yeah. I still feel it's better to explain than to not. I should have, I'm going to take a piece of iron up from here, go back down, make the object in question. I'm just saying. My mom can't tell the difference. Why would I expect someone who's a stranger on the internet to necessarily know? I feel like I gotta be honest with that one. It's just, that's how it goes. Alright. Since I've grabbed the iron, do I have any... I think I'm about to need to get more meat soon. I have a little while, and the cows will be growing up nicely, right? They're not, but they're close. Probably. At some point, I need to make a chicken thing that's just more useful. I mean, I have one where I can go gather eggs and go do the whole 9 yards, but I don't. I don't know why. I see. Okie dokie. Alright. And again, I know, I could have gone down the easy way. Here. I see. But I didn't. I honestly just need to maybe adjust it a little bit. So it'll come out into one of these buildings. No. The wall. But I haven't done that, so, you know. I'm gonna be honest, like I've said before, I just am not very good with the whole, thing. Honestly, that's just kind of how it goes for me. I try to understand, but I'm not gonna guarantee I always will. That's the only thing I can definitively say. Alright, I think we do this like this, and then this like this. Hello, Derp. How are you? You know, how does that make a stonecutter that's smaller than all three of those blocks combined? Like, as always, I question the crafting recipes here. Oh yeah, I still have... what am I gonna throw out for the moment? I'll combine some of the dirt and then we'll throw out the extra. Because there's not that much extra. And like I said, I know I could make this age just fine. No, I did get that. I do, okay? I promise. Anyway, as I've said before, I know I could just age it in advance. I'm not gonna. I don't really mind either way, just understand if I do react weird, I guess. That's all I really ask. That's about it. Alright. We're gonna do that, because this actually isn't gonna be visible. Anyway, as you can see, I mean, I'm gonna let it go to green, basically. Here. I'll probably make more moss there in a second, but... And then this is gonna be the... way into this building. Is up here. And it's a more solid foundation. Fair enough. Anyway, and then I'll have like stairs or something, I guess. So this doesn't have to be like this. It just has to be like that. But yeah, and then that'll be just kind of like that. And honestly, because of the way copper ages, part of why I'm doing this like that, so actually, is I'll get some wax. I might put these in here. Probably not. But we can have that like that, and then obviously that's going to be more, I know it's not going to be obvious, but that's going to be more green here. And then that one's going to be that pink there, and then the up. It's just going to be slightly shorter. Oh, yeah, these buildings will probably have a more flat roof just because, I mean, it is a more cityscape. Some of them probably won't, but, yeah. And, I mean, you kind of see what I'm planning on doing a little bit. It's just like this is actually painted. But yeah, no, I want to have it be a little bit more along the lines of just, stylistically. And then, of course, you'll have one way down. Actually, I should probably adjust that a little bit, probably, but it'll be fine. I'll figure out where I want to have the door actually be, and I'll adjust this accordingly. But, and then from there, because I'll have my interior and all that, and I'll go down, I'll go up, I'll go do the whole thing. So it'll be fun. Well, it won't be fun, but it'll be fine. But yeah, no, I totally plan on doing more cityscape thing. And like I said, these are the nicer houses. And then you'll get farther out a little bit, because these are still going to be close to the area. I don't really have the ability to show it, but, just to kind of get the idea, I guess, I'm going to just do a little bit of an example of what'll be more like ruined kind of thing. Is just you'll go, I mean, I have granite gravel in here somewhere. Put this in here again for a second. And then I don't have any stone, but that's not hard. It's not hard at all. Oh, I have dirt dumped. Let's just set this up here a second. Wait, no, I need that. Hold up this down. Oh, wait, that's easy to get the dirt back. That's just that. And then, because I don't want to, but basically the idea will be just take a little bit of that. Put this away a second, or here. I'll come back for it. Make a couple of these into this, just to show, kind of. And I need a few of these anyway. And then maybe toss out a bigger thing of dirt to kind of give the idea. But basically, ruin-wise, what I'm thinking of doing is... Huh? What? I guess... I don't know what you're talking about. I guess go ahead and, you know what, just have it in here. And I know you want me to do the whole, but I'm not going double, I'm sorry. Just give me the 4 bits, I guess. Because I don't know. Because I'm not really... I'm at the point in my stream where I'm not really focusing. Thank you. Alrighty. What? Oh yeah, I totally knew what it was. Thank you very much. I need to fix that. Yeah, I know what it is, yeah. Alright, and then you'd have a little bit of like this. Kind of like that. And that. I think I've mentioned before, it's just kind of how it goes with my stream. Just to, besides right now, I'm just kind of trying to show what I mean by like a more ruined thing. And then you tap a little bit. Kind of like that. Like that. Just to kind of have, but obviously a little bit more just, even just there. Shape. It'd have more shape to it, but other than that, I mean, that's just kind of the idea of what a more ruined look would be. Anyway, I'm sorry that there's a bit more of a delay. Yeah. On the whole notification thing. What the heck? I think I know what it is, but I don't care enough. Kind of like that. And then also have some buttons, probably. Yep. Knew exactly what it was. I didn't care. See? Oh, also, I have to fix this. Nope. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of what I'm thinking with, like, a more ruin. Not that that's gonna be the ruin, but just, like, the block palette. Also, I would also add in these. Like, add stairs of different kinds as well, to just kind of... yeah. Like this. And then, like, shape. Shape! Just to get the idea of the shape. That's not exactly the shape, but just palette and a little bit of what I would do with it. Yeah, but that's the idea. Hopefully it'll come out looking as decent as that. I don't even know if that looks very decent. Of course it turned into. But I'm just gonna have to leave that as is for now. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, that's just kind of the idea I had, and I have. It'll be later on over there, but it's not for now. And that is why it's, yeah. Alright, let's take one of these out. Let's dump this in. And I guess, do I have anywhere I put flint? Yeah, I do, totally. Doop-a-doop. Pick up dirt again. That'll be fine, and then just dump this here. And I could go collect that. But yeah, no, I mean, that's just kind of what I'm thinking a little bit, just to... without do too much into it. We're thinking about it for right now, it's just kind of what I'm thinking. I'll leave that one alone, though, because I don't want to pick it up. Yeah. At some point, I need to get Silk Touch, but I haven't done that, so it's fine. Also, I need another one of these. Like so. There we go. And then, come over here. So what I'm thinking with this is I'm thinking we'll go... So I don't actually want it to be in the way of the actual door. I think I want it to be here. And I'll just adjust everything around it. And here. And here. And then you can put the door here instead. And put this over here. Yeah. And that there. Right, no. Yeah. I think that's better. That's not gonna be in the center. And then, actually it might be. It might be. Okay, let's move it over one more. That's fine. Like so, and then like that. Yeah, they could just go in there. And then you go up like that. I'll do more, but just to go down. And this is the basement, and this is what's going to be in the basement. And all that jazz. And that I'm still not done with. Yeah. And of course, like I said, I'll do some other stuff as well, and not just there. I'm just not quite. There we go. And that one. There. Just so I can do a little bit more of, on here, a little more detailing. Like I said. Actually, no, not here. And then we can put this like so. And I mean, part of it is just it goes up like that, and you got that. And like that. And like that. It adds a little texture. It adds texture. I like it. I like it quite a bit. That's fine. I don't really have much else to do with the idea is it's basically supposed to be like this, but it's this because someone painted it. It's getting old. More like along the lines of what this is going to look like. The whole idea is it's not really this color. That's painted that way to go with the bricks. Is the idea. But I don't know, it's not going to look great until it's done. Plus, part of it is going to be, as I've said before, it's got to go with it's going to go with like a whole bunch of different ones that you can walk past. Like so, and there'll even be another building probably right here. Like this. Which will help as well, because you're not going to see... Actually, I don't really even have to specifically do this side. Now that I think about it, but it's fine. It's fine. This was just to give an example, plus it's not like you're going to see it anyway. And then on this side, I'm thinking I'm probably going to do... I need to eat. Because the whole idea is just kind of... I could do that, but it's not got enough contrast, honestly. What have I got that I can do as contrast? I have to think. I could do this, but I mean, it's not that different either. Honestly, what I need is more things like deep slate. This would be probably the deep slate one. But I don't want to go down to the deep slate layer because it's a pain in the butt. Mostly because I have to go back to my main base for that. Or I could do... Oh, wait, that's right. This is what I was thinking. Okay. It's part of why I'm not using these for what I could be using them for. I know. I'm going to need so much. It makes me sick. It makes me sick. But... I'm not going to do it on the side that you won't see it, but... over here, and then let me show you a little bit what I was thinking. With the 2 blocks. Oh dear. Oh dear. But basically, this one will be like that. So it will be a little different. I might not even do this, though. Honestly, if I had a little bit more... I could do this. But it's not going to look good until it ages. So this is going to clash. But the color I want it to be, that's what it was, yeah. Is, like the roof up there, closer to that. The only problem is it's just not going to look good until that point. Unfortunately. And yeah, I mean, that's just part of my problem here. It will look better, it's not there yet. Unfortunately, because I don't have the ability to get the colors quickly. And like I said, you'll have a little bit of like just potentially even like a little bit of here as well. a little bit of that. That. Got that. Well, you come down to here, and I mean, that's just this. It'll work. Or it might just be the bricks. I might just do the bricks there, but wait, no, I was totally doing the bricks there, but ideally, yeah, that'll be the idea. It's the foundation. Painted. Not good, not great. It just doesn't look as good and new as it used to, is the idea. Actually, let's do this like this, because this is just, it's slightly better to do it like... Anyway, I know it doesn't look great, it just kind of... It is how it is. Mostly because then you come up here and you have the whole... and honestly, this could probably be the only building that has the white terracotta. I fell in a hole as a base, but it'll look better when it's done. I just don't have the ability to do oh yeah, totally planning to mine that coal eventually. I just wasn't doing it yet. Like I said, I have ideas. My problem is because I'm not in creative, it's not as simple as it could be. Unfortunately. Can't just have the materials I want ready to go. It takes effort and grinding and I wish there was a way to make the copper oxidize faster, but there's not. There's not. Yeah. I don't know. And I'm sure people, because of, even though it has like no other use really other than like there's nothing super OP about it. I'm gonna be frank. Yeah, we're gonna go like that. You won't see this. I do have this. Perfect. Up here. Yeah. Up. I fell in. But what I want to do, what I haven't done, I see this is the problem with mining coal, but well, I didn't say you can't make a crap ton of things with creative, no, did I? I meant more along the lines of, without having the resources be more... It's not even about being convenient, honestly. But it's things like, I would love to be able to age my copper faster than... And not in the way that, like, oh, I would have... just like, I know I could put it $5 apart, but I feel like in real life there's ways to how do I put this politely, polite company, if you will, there's ways to age the copper, right? That will make it go faster, if you will. That people use in real life to make it age faster. It's things like that, where it's like, as a building block, it's not like it's used for anything else anyway. I'm not gonna say, like, everything has to be, like, exact, or it's things like that where I'm like, okay, so there's being grindy, because, well, the game's supposed to be interesting, I guess, but there's also just, it's grindy for the sake of grindy. Especially since they like the idea of realism in the real world, like the real world kind of thing. It's just kind of like, but in the real world, you know what? I'm just gonna say it. If you pee on it, it will potentially oxidize faster. Not saying that you have to do that specifically, but you could have where you could have something added to it that would make it age faster, as there are real world equivalents that are maybe more, if they don't like the idea of that. There probably is. I will guarantee that. But more along the lines I meant of just they can have a fantasy version of the real world things. That's where I'm going with it more than anything else. It honestly, I don't see why not as an overall. If they're gonna insist that there's some form of realism. Well, then, and I mean their answer is obviously because it's for kids or whatever, I guess, but that's educational. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying that if you have real world elements and you're trying to be more realistic, quote unquote, then logistically, there's things to do that you could, or that they could do to just be more realistic. That would also be maybe even fun for people to play with as an idea as well. It doesn't have to be, it wouldn't make things OP. I mean, for Pete's sake. Copper oxidizing doesn't make it, like, any more useful. It wasn't your joke. It's more, I'm starting to, yeah. I'm not even saying, like, no, it doesn't have to be too realistic. I'm saying if they're going to keep going with that as their reason why certain things are the way they are, like why they didn't add fireflies. Because, well, what if a kid feeds a firefly to a frog because it's in the game? I mean, that was literally what they said. Instead, you feed them magma ball or magma cubes, which are living molten lava. Yes, that's better for froggies, obviously. But point being, if they're gonna insist on that, why not do some of the things that would be more convenient? Not convenient even, more just interesting. Heck, it could be a great way also to have, like if you were to add ammonia specifically. Yeah. Exactly. Now the duality of these, yeah. But, or something that you could have this. You could even have where maybe people can make, but I guess they wouldn't want people to make gunpowder in real life. But I'm not saying it in that sense. Obviously, you can make them be like magical elements that aren't real. But you could even do that and show, yeah, the ingredients for doing that can also be used for this as an interesting element, and plus for someone who might want to play peaceful, it would be a nice little alternative to having basically to rely on the wandering trader and maybe some ruins for their yeah, gunpowder source. Because, I mean, obviously, the real world elements would also use some of those other things. Point being, it can be educational while still mayhap not using the specifically actual elements if you don't want to teach the kid to do it specifically. The kid's not going to know that, like, yep. No, I'm sure. I don't I'm not denying that little, as I said, I just, what I'm left with, and notice, all I had to do to really come up with those kinds of things was just go, well, if they want to insist on realism, yeah, and they really want to insist on realism, then why not add some of these things that could be interesting educationally? But if they don't want to add the actual real world element, you could add something like around a similar idea. It wouldn't even be difficult. But again, it could even literally be like, maybe they add a new type of monster that drops a new type of element that works similar to ammonia or whatever. But that it's not the real world equivalent. That's all I'm saying. You could do something like that. And it could be an interesting way to have to go fight this new mob that may be hard to fight even. Yes. I know. I know they would. But point being that I was making, they'd do that anyway. I mean, let's be real. It was more along the lines that I was meaning was more, you could do something like that. And then have it be used in a fashion or other. Such as, it's like, you use it to age your copper faster. Or maybe you use it with something that another monster drops to make. Or, I mean, if you want to go here, maybe you add a peaceful mob that can drop something else. Or, like a plant monster. Point being, they could both even be neutral. Where if you fight them, they can go after you. And that's why you can even do it in peaceful. Because, yeah. I mean, that was where I was starting with it. But you could add, like, say, 2 neutral mobs that would do these kinds of things. Maybe if you get too close, they'll attack you. Which that teaches you don't go near wild animals. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I honestly am kind of left with, I would very much, chicken. Think it would be an interesting idea. Just that you could have a plant creature, and it would be a great reason to add. It'd be a great reason to add the glare, which you could have, so they could drop like a plant extract kind of thing. If you decide to go kill them rather than use them and tame them, which yeah, you get but then you don't get the disadvantage. And honestly, I think this would be a good balance. Because not everybody's going to make the same choices. Like, obviously, there's some people who make cat farms. But they do. Point being, you could have, or like maybe the... I believe you. Like I said, I'm just literally just trying to think of, like, ways that they could make interesting updates. That they don't have to just be like... And that would actually potentially make everyone happy. Builders would be happy because the new materials may help with aging of copper and stuff faster. The people who like to go fight mobs and stuff will be happy because it would be a new mob to go fight, potentially. Heck, you could even make it a boss. Potentially. If you really wanted to go there instead. Redstoners could maybe have a use to it as well. For people who don't specifically want to go make a creeper farm, you could potentially create something there as well. And explorers would have a reason to go out and explore without having anything removed from the game. Something like that would actually work quite well. It would... It's where it's like that kind of update would make sense. See, that's why I said builders. The thing is, a lot of, and if you look like around, a lot of people don't like how long it can take to for builds for copper to age. That's why I was using it as an example of it's a little something for everyone. There's some for those that like to go fight. You have a new mob to fight. For builders, they have a new way to honestly not have to wait hours on end just to have their copper age, enough of their copper age rather, to build something. People who like to explore can use it as an example, or use it as something to go find potentially, especially if you were to have it be like in certain biomes. Heck, you could have other things added as well to this whatever, just to make it more whatever. The point is, it doesn't have to be perfect, obviously. After all, you can't please everybody. But it would definitely, I think, be more along the lines of what some people might consider a decent update. Kind of thing. I'm just saying like that. I'm not saying that they have to specifically go and or rather that everyone specifically like it. I'm just saying then one item can do something for everybody rather than if they're going to do less items. I'm just saying. In that sense specifically. That's why I think that that kind of update would make more sense. It's not that it's specifically for those who will complain anyway, but if you have a little something for just about anybody and everybody in question that would potentially use it for different things, it could do well. That's all. And I'm not specifically saying it has to be that it would be aging copper. It could be potentially it drops a certain block or color or whatever. Maybe it drops a new color that you can only get from it. Or that if you combine it with colors, it can add a neon color to, say, concrete. Or a more darkened color, or so on and so forth. Like, maybe you could have like a dark red. You could have something that adds like a dark red. Point being, you'll have people who like building and that will like that. You can do something like that. And encourage exploration. It makes things like, and heck, you could even make it that maybe, point being, I'm not like saying it has to be, anyway, it doesn't really, all I was saying is it would be a decent example as an update that could work out well, that more people would enjoy. It could even be a smaller update that way. Having things like that. You have more items like that, it would feel more complete, because it's like, well, there's something for everybody. It's not just, well, this update's just for if people want to go there, or so on and so forth. You know? It's kind of thing where I do wish they would do some sort of farming update. Like a real farming update, not just like because the thing is, you could add new blocks, you could add new ways to do things. Heck, maybe they could add where you can plant crops automatically. I mean, that would be a nifty little feature to add as a style, right? So people who like doing the farms would have something, potentially. Heck, there's all sorts of things you can do for any kind of update. It's just, I mean, when AI can come up with better updates. I'm being honest here. I've seen some people do it. I'm like, yeah, that's sad. But yeah, no. Like I said, overall, I mean, it's fine and it's fair, I'm not gonna say they have to do anything. I do feel a little bit like it's just... Instead of just doing things for the people who like things grindy, do something that that might have more things for more people, that's all. Or more for just Redstoners. If you can make a feature decently work out for multiple people, potentially, I think that would be... game design-wise, more fitting. Like, especially if you're only adding so many objects. And again, like I said, but then people drop it a lot faster because it's boring to get to anything important or interesting. Think about it. If I'm grinding out, look at these buildings I'm doing, right? Think of how long that took. With just this. And while I can enjoy this kind of work, I'm not necessarily everyone that might play this game. I'm gonna probably make this a smaller building because I don't want to... grind more. Ugh. There you go. For an absolutely entirely optional thing. But the fact is, it's like, for example, if I wasn't specifically waiting on my copper, I would actually probably be doing things like moving on to the next couple levels or whatever. And I'm not gonna say, like, being willing to put in the time for example, the villagers, and again, that's not quick. I know there's a lot of people who go, oh, it's super fast, and it is a lot faster, I'll admit, on Java. But that just means then you can go back and you can get your equipment and stuff set up again and not have, especially later. I mean, yeah, no, I know. That's something I could do. But imagine that they would remove the ability to do multiple furnaces at once, or hoppers into the furnace to the other. I guarantee with the way things are going, they're gonna do that. Or furnaces only now do sand. Into glass, for example. And now you would need a blast furnace. The way this works is, and this is why I'm using this as a kin, is because it's just as annoying. That now instead of a furnace to smelt most things above iron, you need a blast furnace. Why? No reason. Just to make it more difficult and flesh out the game more. You have to do more before you're done. You want to smelt gold or netherite? Well, you now need to go make a blast furnace. Cause, I mean, and that is where I would actually compare it to. Because it doesn't make the game... I know there's people who feel like it makes the game easier. And I'm not going to disagree with that. But at the same time, being able to smelt anything in a furnace makes the game easier. Yeah, but it doesn't really gate anything. That's more along the lines of what I'm saying. It feels like it might. I mean, but if you actually think about it in context, or like actually thinking about playing the game, I mean, all you're really doing is making it so that somebody has to travel super far away, potentially up to 10,000 to a million, like anywhere between 10,000 to potentially even 100,000 blocks away, just to find the right biome. That's the thing with the villagers. This isn't just a simple well, it halts progression instead. And this is where I go with it. This is where I say this is something that just seems like I could understand combat, and also removing fishing trades completely and crossbow trades. Apparently, those were not intentional. Considering they've claimed that this is to fix bugs that no, I'm just saying that's I dislike it because as somebody who does play Bedrock and I've had so much issue with actually trying to enchant things like fishing rods and stuff, it doesn't always work. And I'm not even sure you can enchant on Java. It's like, okay. Anyway, like I said though, it's my playset. I play with villagers. I don't always go to the end of the game. In fact, I haven't done that in honestly years. Mostly because there's nothing there, really. As an overall. I mean, the end is boring. Having been there. It just, it's like, yeah, you can travel around for miles to get an elytra. The end game is you got your villagers set up and you're building. That's it. Considering they... And honestly, it's mostly because it's the icing on the cake. That has been just things where I'm just like, okay, but... I think that's the real answer. It's not that it's this specifically. I honestly disliked the Deep Dark, not because of the nature, but basically because they basically made it, nope, you need to go this deep to do things. Oh, now you gotta go into the Deep Dark. I was like, fine. It's kind of annoying to have to do wardens, or deal with wardens that are specifically made so that you have the hardest time killing them, and most likely will die several times just because you're not supposed to kill the warden. And then you go into the city and the deeper city, and it doesn't seem to understand where it's at in the game. It's not really late game loot, not really. I mean, it kind of is where you have the Swift Sneak, but that's about the closest you can get, and it's like, you don't need the Swift Sneak other than for building, which I'm okay with, but that's about the only thing that's really good there. As I said, they kept making it harder and harder when people finally were finding ways to be like, yeah, okay, we can kill this thing and we can survive. That's more along the lines of what I mean. And so that you couldn't kill it. That's because they are like, you can't kill it. That's not allowed. I mean, people have obviously at this point found other ways, but then it's like, unless you're a redstoner, there's no real reason to kill the warden. And it's only to get a comparator, which you can find hundreds of just traveling deep dark and stuff. My point is that it was just the first. It was just like, yeah, that's fair though. It's like, okay, yeah, okay. I thought that's something there. It's not fun, but I'm not the kind of player it's for. That's fair. Then you get into 1.18. It's like, unless you're on a multiplayer server, a lot of these features aren't really necessarily worth it. I actually did see again. Such as, notice, I haven't bothered to go find any of the, what are they called? Oh yeah, the armor trims, because I'm on a single player world. I haven't looked at myself at all. And so there's no reason for me to go get it. Wait, I need this to be... Maybe if I was, that might be great, but I'm not. that kind of player. So it's just not valuable. So that's fine, but a lot of the features are definitely more for those kinds of people. And again, that's fine, that's fair. I still feel like the Netherite thing was weird, and honestly, I feel like this too. It feels like it's just because there's people who complain about it being too easy. And I think that's my issue, is it's like, this is listening to people who... Honestly, and I'm going to say this is probably more along your lines, not trying to be rude or mean or anything, just that don't even use the features in the first place. That's my problem. It's the dictating, if you will, of what others should do and how others should play. It really comes down to that. And notice, am I doing villagers? No. So, you know, I'm still being a bit of a hypocrite. I'm not gonna pretend I'm not. Super hypocrite. I'm just saying, it just... And see, that's where I was saying, adding a new mob that maybe does something for a lot of different types of builders, or players, rather, I feel like would make more sense. That was my reasoning. You can, at any point, just choose not to use the items. If you want to make something more difficult, all you gotta do is add something. Super easy. Wait, whoops, I did that wrong. That it could challenge the player. It wouldn't even be necessarily bad. It's... Yep. I mean... But see, that's just it. They're trying to encourage it having to be like that. That's where it becomes questionable. To me. Because there's not as much point to have your villagers if, well, you're not going to use them. Think about it. If you can use anything else to just do the same thing, I mean, it no longer feels like a worthwhile use. You might as well just not. Just use it. I mean, and that's just it. It's like, you can lock it to a master trade. That's fine. Heck, that would make villager trading next to impossible anyway. If people are going to do that, right? Raise the XP amount. Raise the prices. I think that, again, is fine. The people who are going, oh, but you can just get a raid farm, don't listen to them. Because, again, they're just going to continue to complain that it's just too easy, even after all these things are added in. That's more along the lines of what I mean. You don't have to... Yes, they will. I'm not saying that it's necessarily the best option, but it's a decent option is what I meant. If you're gonna go for the whole, you just gotta understand kind of thing. And the thing is, the people who will complain I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the right answer is. I just feel like there's ways to go around it that aren't specifically, just declaring that you're going to nerf everything. Because, I don't know. Because it's basically the people who are the loudest, who are people on Twitter and Reddit. I hate to say it, but the average player of Minecraft are not on either of those sites. Not necessarily, unless they're to use them, to find something. And that's really where I end up going to it. It's like, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the right answer is. I wish them the best, but, like I said, I'll probably flip them out at that point. And it's not because I can get the mod, it'll be literally, like, the same day, there'll be a mod out that can let you have your villagers be your normal villagers. And that's where I really go to the whole, I can't help but wonder. I know, conspiracy theory-esque, but in true conspiracy theory, it just kind of feels like it, because, I mean, seriously, people will literally just probably flip just for that. Because they don't want to deal with the whole nonsense of, I don't want to figure that one out. So, yeah, I can't help but wonder. And I'm not going to say it's definitively true. I'm just going to say it's the kind of thing that makes me wonder. And hope that I'm wrong. Because that would just be sad. That they're trying to just basically convince you that you don't need to play their game. But it's also believable. I mean, if you assume that they aren't actually in control, I mean, as some people do, well, what better way to get back control than to destroy the game? Ugh. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Honestly, the real answer is, I'm gonna build my village. It's gonna look awesome. Not really. Probably not gonna look too awesome to anyone who doesn't like my style. I don't know. Actually, me? Yeah, that's right. Let's add this here. Can I go there? Yeah, I can. Here. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying I can believe it. If you think of it like that. Because something they put into both games is apparently a bug from day one. Is where I go, yeah, I don't believe that. It's not even about the whole everything. It just... where it goes. To me, it's like, if it was a bug, you wouldn't have implemented it as such and left it alone as such until somebody decided to complain. Or are there enough people who also voted for the Phantom and complain about it to this day, complain about this? Like, I wouldn't trust that. Anyway, but it's not my game. I mean, it is my game. I just don't have to update. Ever. If I choose not to, I can flip to modded. I can get rained on because I don't turn off weather. Because I don't like cheating. I don't even know what my... I might have a few of these as well. Yeah, there. Like that as well. Yeah. There we go. That'll look good. I know you don't think it looks good, but just... Even the most... The whole idea is the whole built-up buildings. Even the best ones are still kind of crap at this point. And I'm going to build a building on the back of this, probably. I still have farther to go. Ugh. I know... Like I said, it's a point... Probably actually I should add some green as well now that I think of it. I can do that. But the idea is just kind of... I need more moss. I do wish this would start aging. I know, it's too close. But I've been sitting here like this. And I need more iron. And I don't have iron. And I have to go search for iron. And I don't really want to search for iron. So I'm just doing this instead. I don't want to deal with bricks because it requires villagers. I dislike using villagers, honestly. Overall, I just like building for them and using books. The way their trades work are a pain. Alright, is there any iron down with you, little horsey horse? I don't think so. What time is it? I got time. I have time. I don't think there's any iron down here, but I'm checking. And then I'll flatten it, because there's no real point in having this if there's no iron. Yeah, I don't think there is. Oh yeah, there is the way to go down, though. Oh. I have... this? Alright. I see. Well, let's clear this up anyway. There we go. There we go. And is there anything down this way? Oh, there is. Pfft. There is not. Oh dear. Alright. Time to clear this, just make this invisible now. Yeah. Anyway, I do need to finish up. I really need to finish up. Little bro's not gonna be happy with me, but you know what? It's very rare. Anyway, what am I playing tomorrow? I feel like I should ask. Is this the right level? Yeah, actually it is. So, am I playing this or am I playing Shadows over Loathing? Wait, it's getting dark. It's getting dark. I need to go sleep. This Shadows. This Shadows. If I didn't know vote, I'll probably play Shadows. Just cause I like Shadows. And I'm getting close to the end of the game, but I'm not quite to the end of the game, so I'm thinking I'll do Shadows then. But only if there really is no other vote. Fair enough. Like I said, yeah. Alright then, I'm gonna probably do that. I need... to do more, but I'm not gonna do more tonight. I'm just tired. I say tonight, I mean this morning, because it's morning now. But yeah. I've got copper. What's the point? I just need to make it all into copper, but... Alrighty. It's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you tomorrow for some Shadows over Loathing fun. I hope you guys will show up. You don't have to, though, because obviously everyone's got a life and all that. It's been a pleasure having you here. I hope you have a wonderful day, night, etc. And, yeah, thank you for popping in, and thank you for sticking around. Yeah. Bye-bye.